How are you doing today? Welcome, Sankalp.
I will research my paper.
Okay. Welcome to the conference. Hello,
Yeah.
Sankalp.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are you? Hello, Anna.
It's a bit early, so
Okay. Thank you for joining the conference. Hello, Anna. How are you doing today?
Hello, I'm fine, thank you. And how are everyone?
We are fine. Thank you for asking. Thank you for joining the conference today.
I'm the
hello-
one who thanks.
Hello, Sankalp. How are you doing today?
Hi, I'm doing good.
Good.
Everyone.
Welcome to the conference.
Thank you.
Hello, Rona. How are you doing today?
Hello everyone, I'm okay, thank you. I'm sorry, my camera is not working, so
Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Thank you for joining the conference today. Mukharan, how are you doing today? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm doing great.
Thank you for joining the conference and welcome to the conference. Nazana, welcome to the conference. How are you doing today? Okay, so there is a technical glitch with Nazana's computer. Hello, Claudia. How are you doing today?
Hello,
Claudia?
everybody. I'm okay. I'm just have little problems with the audio, but
Okay.
it's okay.
Okay. Thank you for joining the conference. Hamad, can you listen to me? Can you hear me?
Yes, how are you? Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Welcome to the conference.
Thank
We
you
are
so much.
doing great. And how are you?
Fine, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining the conference today. So we will start with the conference now. I would like to welcome everyone to the Eurasia Research Online Live International Conference. The event is about to start. Please wait. We will begin shortly. Okay, so Anna, where are you from?
I'm from Portugal.
Okay, great. So what time is it right there, right now there?
Here it's 6:30 a.m.
Okay, so early in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for joining at so early in the morning.
No, it's fine. I'm awake at this time of the day.
Okay. Thank you so much. Monica, so where are you from?
hello, I'm from Zagreb. It's kind of rainy today, and it's 7:30 in the morning, so it's okay. It's the usual time when I get up and drink my coffee. So
Okay. So thank you for joining. Sankar, where are you from?
I'm from India.
India as well. Okay.
I'm PhD scholar at IIM Shillong.
Okay. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for joining the conference today.
Thank you.
Welcome, Claudia.
Thank you. I am from Mexico, and now here is midnight.
Okay. So
And
midnight
very
so late.
different.
Okay.
So no, don't worry.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining so late at midnight, but still, it's a pleasure to have you all with us today. Hamad,
Thank you.
where are you from?
Yes, I am from United Arab Emirates.
Okay. So what time is it right there?
10:30 a.m.
AM. Okay, in the morning. Suitable time. Okay. Thank you for joining the conference. Rona, could you hear me?
yes, I can hear you. I'm from Zagreb, Croatia, and now it's 7:30, so
7:30.
it's okay.
Okay. So we have our keynote with us, joined us today, Parichat Tumnan. Hello,
Hi.
ma'am. Welcome.
ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ I'm from Thailand. Now is
Sawadee
ค่ะ it's 1:35 p.m. here.
Okay,
The weather is
thank,
good.
thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. So we will start with the event now. Today we have presentations and participants from 11 countries around the world: South Africa, India, Thailand, Mexico, Mongolia, Croatia, Malaysia, Taiwan, United Kingdom, Portugal, and China. We are broadcasting this conference on Facebook Live on multiple pages of Eurasia Research, and the links for the live session will be shared in the chat box itself. So before starting with the conference, I would like to explain Eurasia Research to all of you in a nutshell. So please allow me a moment. With over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors even during the COVID era, and have presented research community with an online platform which was safe and convenient method to use. We are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarships. Some of our key highlights are that we provide scholarship to deserving candidates, to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young Researcher Scholarship is provided in the form of full registration fee waiver. We have a vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual framework, analytical and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, technical notes, and book reviews as well. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in the area of teaching and education, and have registered ISSN and have the following renowned on indexing: Google Scholar, Crosscheck, Authenticate, Crossref, the Keepers Registry, Script, Portico, Road, Registered Data Provider, Directory of Open Access, Scholarly Resources, OAI PMH, Registered Data Provider, PKB Index, and we will soon be applying for Scopus too. We have a wide network of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hands. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions and decision making capabilities. We couldn't have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants in the conference today to connect with more than 15K plus followers on our social media platform, where they can share their research and interest. Join our Facebook group and be a part of discussion by researchers and academicians. You will find the links of Facebook page on our chat box itself. We also have several collaborations with universities and colleges and institutes to better serve all interested and like-minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to request our participants to enjoy the benefits of our lifetime membership in just USD 60. We have over 10,000 plus members all across the globe. We would like to share some of our past participants' experience with you. Thank you for your patience and valuable time. Moving forward with the conference now. So I would like to introduce myself to all of you. My name is Divya Devnani and I will be your today's conference host. So starting with our TERA president, Dr. Len M. Chili, PhD, Higher Education Executive, retired Adjunct Professor, Boston College, Chestnut Hill, MA, USA. Let us see what she has to say.
I am Dr. Lynn Shelley, and I'm currently the Dean of Graduate and Professional Studies at LaSalle University, as you can see in my background. And I'm currently the president of Terra Eurasia, and I've been involved for multiple years with the organization as a participant, as a speaker, as a keynote speaker, and as the president. And I'm very proud of the organization because it brings people from all over the world globally together to talk about issues that affect higher education and other areas in education and other areas, nonprofits, etc. And we talk about issues and successes, and together we can make it better and make it always be improving. And I always say ever evolving. COVID was very difficult for all of us. And being in administration, I had to assist faculty in an immediate way to pivot from a face-to-face delivery of classroom time to electronic and Zoom and so forth. Many of these faculty members had no idea about the Zoom platform or any other learning delivery modules, the way that they could be delivered. So the administration really had to step in and pivot quickly. And I think overall, and talking to my colleagues across the globe, I feel like they did a wonderful job doing that. I have to say, I don't think it was the same for the students, which is sad. Preschool all the way up through PhD, I think it was difficult. I think it was less difficult for graduate students in master's and doctoral programs because many of those were already online, so there wasn't much of a pivot. But I'm going to say pre-K through the baccalaureate was very difficult, and teachers and administrators were amazing. And I do think our students that lived through that need extra attention, and the research is bearing that out right now. And that's our jobs to try to find ways to make sure that we fill those gaps. I'm going to be very honest. I'm a people person. I'm a relationship person. I thrive on making real eye contact and making real connections with people. I much prefer an on-the-ground conference, a face-to-face conference. I did the keynote for this organization in London last April. I'm doing it again in London. I'm making that commitment to make that trip because I so deeply believe in the relationships and the bonds that are formed, as well as just during the conference, getting to know people and seeing different perspectives rather than just seeing it on a screen. Encourage them to attend a Eurasia conference in general because I believe in the organization. I'm president of the organization right now. I would encourage them to attend. If they couldn't attend in person for financial or schedule or whatever reason, I would encourage them to attend, but I would encourage them to attend in person first, but always, and I continue to do that, encourage them to attend. Nothing but good things to say about the conference. Pre-COVID and last year, I did not attend an online conference, so I can't comment on that during COVID, but I can comment on pre-COVID and my experience last year in London. I truly find that the way it's organized in groups and the group work that goes on is different than just to sit and listen, which is what attracted me and why I said yes to becoming president. It's organized in a way where it encourages that collegiality and that sharing of ideas and that sharing not only of the research that you present, but in small groups to broaden that discussion. So the way the conference is organized is well done. Often I can't stay for the whole time because of my busy schedule, but I do stay for the one day that I keynote, and the participation is phenomenal. And other conferences that I've attended, as well as done keynotes, as well as done breakout sessions, they don't organize them that way.
Yeah.
I organize my breakout sessions and keynotes in other organizations that way, because I feel from my learning styles research that I've done and published on, it's the best way people learn.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lion Chali. She has been a Terra president for quite some time. And thank you so much for your feedback. So, moving ahead with the conference now, our first eminent speaker of the day is Mayumi Ueda, doctoral course Environmental and Information Studies, Tokyo City University, Tokyo, Japan. She has been one of our previous conference participants. Let us see what she has to say.
Okay, my research is about how urban dwellers are affected by the function of cafe as the third place. I focused on two functions, the social interaction function and the psychological function, which I clarified through a questionnaire. The concept of the third place was originally proposed by the US sociologist Oldenburg. He pointed out that home is the first place, work and school are the second place, and a cafe are often used as the third place. Cafes are used by many urban dwellers worldwide, but in Japan, the number of cafes has declined dramatically over the past few years, partly due to the impact of COVID-19. There has been a significant decline in the number of individually owned cafes, resulting in the loss of a place for socializing in the community. This study reveals that cafes, as the third place in Japan, are not only a place for socializing, but also a function of well-being. That's all. It is that the use of a cafe as the third place differs from country to country. As I mentioned in the presentation question, for example, in Japan, many people renovate their homes and start cafes. But in the US, there are not such people. The challenge was to make a presentation based on the premise that the situation of cafes differ from country to country. Fortunately, this topic was of great interest to the participants, and after the presentation, there were lively questions and discussions, and many ideas are exchanged. Yes. At first, I liked research, and moreover, I was very excited to see how my research would be evaluated by researchers from other countries. I was looking forward to talking to many people at the conference. Fortunately, I was able to get a lot of insights from the question and discussions. Yes, speaking of the situation in Japan, Japan is a non-English speaking country, and although we usually have discussion among Japanese in Japanese, we do not often have discussions in English with researchers from other countries. I would like to recommend young researchers to challenge yourself to discussions at various international conferences and broaden your opportunity. You will discover a lot. Yes, it was the first time for me to present at such an international conference held in another country. but it was a very relaxed and enjoyable exchange of ideas. I received a message from your staff member. I met her at the conference in Malaysia, expressing concern for the safety of the earthquake happened in New Year. I am truly grateful for this heartwarming connection as well. I appreciate this opportunity. Please say thank you to her. And also, thank you for inviting me to this interview.
Thank you so much, Mayumi, for sharing your experience with us. So, our next eminent speaker of the day is Mary N. Malimas, Department of Communications, Linguistics and Literature, University of San Carlos, Cebu City, Philippines. So, let us hear what she has to say about her research, about her experience being a part of our previous conference.
Okay, so I presented a paper on discourse analysis in newspaper advice column last December 18. And to give you a short background on what the study is all about, the study investigated the feminist voice revealed in the advice transaction column Women's World Sunday issues of Sunstar Daily newspaper. This is a local newspaper here in Cebu, Philippines. The study focused on societal roles of women advice seekers and as advice givers, and also the socio-psychological thematic issues involved in the advice column. The results showed that women face particular and complicated obstacles in life and play a variety of roles in society. Their varied experiences have revealed insightful facts such as that women worry about things like their weight and appearance, matriarchal obligations, relationships, and career goals, among other things. These problems provide as an example of the intricate and varied difficulties that women encounter in daily life. Also, the study found that women who seek guidance have a number of social psychological issues that represent the worries and difficulties they face in their daily lives, including psychological issues, relationship infidelity, family troubles, commitment, uncertainty, and professional obstacles. The study also emphasized the significant contribution that women have as advice givers in newspaper advice columns. Women offer guidance on a range of subjects such as family problems, romantic relationships, and raising kids. And lastly, the study highlighted the importance of women's support and guidance of others, and the necessity for support systems that empower women to have fulfilled lives. One of the challenges is the time, since I am a full-time professor here in our university. Preparing for classes for the different courses demands really more time. Hence, I have to juggle my time prioritizing teaching and at the same time doing research despite the very hectic schedules. But because I really love research, I make sure that I can really finish my research before the given deadline. This advice is really based on my experience back when I was still a newbie in research. Find a research mentor. Find a research mentor who is very passionate and dedicated to help you grow as a researcher. Having a good research mentor when I started this research journey was a big help. And through her valuable comments and insights, I am now able to do research on my own. Through her mentorship, I am able to slowly build my confidence in myself as a researcher. This is actually my first time that I have attended the Social Science and Humanities Research Association International Conference. And I find it a very intimate one. And because it is an intimate one, the participants were able to do lively interactions after each research presentation.
Thank you so much, Mary Ann, for sharing your feedback of the conference with us. So moving ahead with the conference now, Our conference schedule is divided into 3 sessions. Session 1 will be keynote talk. Session 2 will be team activity and post photo session. And session 3 will be technical talk. So I would like to request all the participants to rename their Zoom accounts with their full name in English. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask your questions related to the presentations in the chat section while the presentations are still going on. All the certificates, receipts, and proceedings will be sent to the participants within a week on their registered email IDs. Proceedings will include all the full papers and abstracts accepted for the conference. Moving ahead with the publication process, the publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author needs to send their papers, consent forms, and reviewer details on the given mail ID on the screen. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is over. The final stage of publication starts after receiving the revised papers from the authors. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 to 60 days after the conference dates if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadlines. So, beginning with the session 1 of the conference, I would first like to invite our keynote speaker, Assistant Professor Parichat Tumnan, PhD, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, Khon Kaen University, Thailand. Her topic of presentation is Adapting to the New Normal, Utilizing Artificial Intelligence for English Language Education. Parichat, ma'am, is a lecturer in the English for Business Management Department at the Faculty of Liberal Arts, Khon Kaen University. During 2016-2019, she has served as Assistant Dean of the Faculty of Liberal Arts. At that time, she has been the chair of English for Business Management Department. Now she is teaching bachelor degree and master degree students. She had joined national and international conferences in Thailand and abroad. She has served a reviewer for Panna Paddington Journal, Mahachonglaka University, Nong Khai campus, Thailand since 2020. Her research interests are second language acquisitions, teacher training, EFL learning and teaching, language learning strategies, communication strategies, as well as intercultural communication. Gradually, she is invited to be a guest lecturer and a guest speaker in terms of English communication, English education, and English training for students, teachers, and staff in both public and private sectors. We welcome you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. So, moving ahead with the presentation now.
Hello everyone, I'm Assistant Professor Dr. Parichat Tumnan from the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, Khon Kaen University, Thailand. Today's discussion is not just a presentation but an exploration into the realm of adapting to the new normal, utilizing artificial intelligence for English language education. The COVID-19 pandemic represents a significant and transformative moment globally. On March 11, 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic was officially declared by the World Health Organization. The COVID-19 pandemic in Thailand began with the identification of the first case in the country on the 13th January 2020 and has been ongoing since then. This global crisis has brought about big changes in daily life, signifying a major turning point. The pandemic has sped up changes in how we work, learn, shop, and get food through delivery services. It's pushing a global shift towards new and innovative ways of living and doing things. The idea of working from home, which was once considered impossible, has become a new reality over the last 3 years with the presence of COVID-19. We have managed to navigate through this crisis, even though it has been a tough period for our survival. These days, artificial intelligence is becoming an integral part of our lives. What is artificial intelligence? According to Fitware 2021, the technology was created to facilitate human activities and production. Artificial intelligence is a technology that allows computer systems, software, and even robots to function and think like humans. This is a Japanese commercial featuring a green tea beverage. What are your thoughts on the presenter? Is she attractive? Beverage company Itoen Limited has put a character generated by artificial intelligence in a TV commercial for its Oiocha Katikin Yocha green tea drink. According to the company that produced the commercial AI model Incorporated, it is the first TV ad in Japan to use an AI-generated actor. AI is increasingly employed in both public and private sectors. In the public domain, it is commonly utilized for activities like analyzing data, optimizing public services, and enhancing administrative efficiency. In the private sector, AI is used to improve efficiency and decision-making in a variety of domains, including customer service, marketing, finance, and manufacturing. Examples of artificial intelligence: chatbots, smart assistants, e-payments, search algorithms, video streaming, smart cars, navigation apps, facial recognition, text editors, and social media feeds. WriterBuddy explored the 50 most visited AI tools, accumulating over 24 billion visits. This study dives into the AI industry dynamics, examining traffic, demographics, trends, and customer behavior. The data span from September 2022 to August 2023. As can be seen, over the previous year, the AI industry has established itself as a prominent force in technology. In the first month of WriterBuddy's study, September 2022, the examined tools accumulated 241.8 million visits. Here's a glimpse of the top 5 AI tools with the highest visits between September 2022 and August 2023. Number 5. Hugging Face is an information hub for AI developers, providing library for sharing development data, including models and programs, fostering collaboration and innovation. This tool has received 316.6 million visits. Number 4. Midjourney Visual Artificial Intelligence. You can make and construct whatever material you want using whatever commands you choose. Another AI technology that creates drawings. This tool has received 400.4 million visits. Number 3. Qbot. It is an English writing tool that helps with composing articles, checking vocabulary and grammar. It has the capability to rephrase English sentences into more eloquent language. The tool has accumulated a total of 1.1 billion visits. Number 2. Character AI. It is another thrilling and innovative artificial intelligence program. Character AI is a neural language model chatbot service that can generate human-like text responses and participates in contextual conversation. The tool has received 3.8 billion visits in total. And number 1 is ChatGPT, a versatile language model. Tackles a variety of tasks, providing information, solving problems, coding, composing music, and more. With a total of 14.6 million visits, it's a comprehensive tool for diverse needs. The Thai Chamber of Commerce and the Board of Trade of Thailand offer guidance to entrepreneurs through TCC Business Insight, presenting 10 business trends for 2024 that entrepreneurs should be ready. 1. Generative AI will be widely used in every aspect of business. 2. Soft skills and human touch are characteristics that are desired by businesses. 3. Giving importance to workers' problem-solving skills or skill solution. 4. A business that is operated with care for society and the environment is a business that will win the hearts of customers. 5. Customizing products for each customer, known as personalization at scale, aims to make a lasting impression. 6. The data economy. In 2024, many companies will use data to make work easier, create better products for customers, and find new business opportunities to make more money. 7. The customer experience revolution. In 2024, companies will measure how customers feel at each interaction, leading to a new marketing style called personalization marketing. It means companies respond quickly to customer needs, making things easy and solving problems directly. 8. Remote and distributed work is the future working style. Remote work, initially a response to COVID-19, is now a permanent flexible model. While some companies return to office work, many maintain remote options, leading to abundant remote or blended job opportunities in 2024. 9. Diversity and inclusivity. Valuing diversity is key for companies as potential exists in individuals of all genders, ages, and races. To avoid losing talent, fair and unbiased human resource management is crucial, especially in the era of AI decision-making. 10. Resilience. The ability to adapt to any environment is important to the company's survival. Companies today face various crises: economic, environmental, pandemic, war, and cybercrime. Learning from those that survived, businesses must adapt during these uncertain times, preparing for future challenges. In the field of education, AI has become an essential component of teaching and learning, from personalized learning platform to grading system assisted by AI. Technology is transforming the way educators conduct instruction and how students interact with educational materials. How can we use AI in EFL? Here are examples of AI applications used in English language learning. Duolingo for personalized lessons and adaptive difficulty. Speech recognition apps, for example, Google Speech to Text, for real-time pronunciation feedback. Chatbots, for example, ChatGPT, for conversational practice and language interactions. Rosetta Stone for immersive language learning with AI adaptation. Vocabulary apps, for example, Quizlet, for tele-learning based on proficiency. Educational platforms, for example, Khan Academy, using AI for adaptive and customized learning experiences. How can we help students use AI? As language models improve, it can be helpful for EFL teachers to adopt these tools and help their students learn how to use them effectively. Here are some practical ideas. Introduce AI tools such as translation software, speech recognition, and writing tools to support students in their language learning journey. Provide Support by teaching students how to use these tools effectively, providing tips and step-by-step instructions. Monitor their progress and provide constructive feedback to enhance their proficiency. Encourage critical thinking by urging students to question the accuracy and fairness of AI-powered writing tools or translation apps, emphasizing the importance of considering the context. Keep up to date. Teachers should be vigilant in identifying new tools and resources that can be beneficial for their students. What can we do to raise students' awareness of the disruptive education era? What are the soft skills that students should work on to better prepare themselves for future professions in the digital age? In the digital age, crucial soft skills for future careers include proficiency in digital tools, adaptability to new tech, data literacy, cybersecurity awareness, tech savviness. Remote collaboration, continuous learning, critical digital thinking, virtual communication, and problem-solving in the digital context. Developing these skills is essential for success in tech-driven careers. In conclusion, a well-known Chinese proverb states, "If you give a man a fish, he will live for a day. However, if you teach him how to fish, he will live for the rest of his life." Lifelong learning is a gradual process. Autonomous learning is vital for anyone who wants to participate in an ever-changing digital environment. If someone stops learning, he or she will lag behind. AI plays an important role in our lives, but when we choose a specific AI, it's like picking a tool. We need to know its purpose. And just like life's constant changes, remember, nothing in this world lasts forever. We should approach decisions with a touch of caution, understanding that nothing is set in stone. More importantly, without ethics, it is difficult to create and build a civilized and contemporary society. Education, like Rome, cannot be built in one day. As a result, lifelong learning skills and ethical issues must be taught and learned on a continuous basis in order to develop the next generation and create a better new normal life. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Parichar Tumnan ma'am, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much.
Hi there, and welcome to the presentation that is titled, Where Are the Boys? An Investigation.
I would like to request the participants, if they have any questions related to the keynote's presentation, they can ask her directly or they can put their questions in the chat box itself. Okay, so moving ahead with the session 2 now, which is the team activity and photo session. Let's proceed towards our team building activity. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with the fellow participants of the conference. This team activity is to ensure that among all the participants, it's to ensure interaction among all the participants. So one by one, we will be sharing the views and solutions on the topic of discussion, and also we will be conducting a photo session during the same. So moving ahead with the topic of discussion, today's conference topic of discussion is, why is it hard to break a bad habit? I would like to request the conference admin to play the video.
Millions of people deal with a nail-biting habit at some point in their lives. Many will go to great lengths to try to stop, employing strategies like rubbing chili peppers on their cuticles, wearing gloves all day, dipping their hands in salt, and envisioning bacteria crawling on their fingers. And while not all of us are nail biters, most of us do have a habit we'd like to kick. So what's the best way to break one? Scientists define habits as behaviors that are performed regularly and cued subconsciously in response to certain environments, whether it be a location, time of day, or even an emotional state. They can include simple actions like picking your hair when stressed, but also more complex practices ingrained in daily routines, like staying up late or brewing your coffee in the morning. If you do something frequently without much deliberation, then it's likely a habit. Form because at some point your brain learns that the behavior is beneficial. Let's say after opening a stressful email, you bite your nails. This is rewarding as it's enough to focus your attention, curbing your email-fueled anxiety. Within your brain, positive experiences can trigger the release of dopamine, a neurotransmitter that mediates feelings of pleasure. Dopamine is also a driver of neuroplasticity, meaning it can change how your neurons wire and fire. Your brain builds connections that link the reward with the behavior, driving you to repeat it. It also starts associating the behavior with other cues, like your environment. Eventually, all it takes is the context of sitting at your desk to subconsciously trigger a nail-biting habit. No stressful email or sense of relief required. Once established, these cue, behavior, reward loops work fast, outpacing the decision-making process. You may find yourself engaging in a habit before you have the chance to notice and stop. But this can be a good thing because not all habits are bad. They're stored memories of what's worked in the past, which allow you to take swift action in the present. One study estimated that on average, people spend more than 40% of their days performing regularly repeated behaviors while their minds are occupied with other thoughts. A seemingly automated morning routine, for example, saves you both time and precious mental energy. Still, many people have habits that no longer serve them. Yet research shows that intentions alone often fail to lead to long-term behavior change. This isn't to say you can't break a habit. Rather, by understanding the basis of habits, you can create better plans for changing them. For example, we know habits are often cued by environments and routines. Lying in bed may cause you to endlessly scroll through your phone, or watching TV on the couch may lead you to grab a sugary snack. One of the most effective ways to manage behavior is to identify these locations or times of day. Then try to modify them by changing your routine or creating obstacles that make it more difficult to perform the habit in that space. Moving, switching jobs, or even starting a new schedule are particularly great times to break a habit or build a new one. One 2005 study tracked university students' exercising, reading, and TV watching habits before and after they transferred schools. When students were no longer around old environments and routines, their habits, even the strong ones, significantly changed. For behaviors like nail biting or hair pulling, a practice called habit reversal training can be helpful. Developed by psychologists in the 1970s, the aim is to change a habit by replacing it with another one that's less detrimental. The training requires you to analyze and understand your habit cues so you can effectively intervene at the right times. For example, if you tend to bite your nails at work, preemptively keep a fidget toy at your desk. Then, if a stressful email comes in, use the toy when you feel the urge to bite your nails. Breaking a habit takes time, so remember to give yourself grace and have patience through the process. And while many focus on their bad habits, it's also worth celebrating the good ones that help us move swiftly and successfully through our daily routines. Speaking of good habits, do you know what it takes to be a good listener? Learn more about this invaluable skill with this video. Or for more actionable, science-based advice on how to build strengths of heart, mind,
So we would like to start with the group discussion activity now. So every one of you saw the video, activity video, and I would like to ask for your opinions and views on the topic of discussion. So I would like to start with our keynote speaker, Parichit ma'am. Would you like to share your thoughts and opinions on the group discussion activity? Parichit Tumnan ma'am. Okay, so I think she's off the PC. Anna, would you like to share your thoughts, opinions on the group discussion activity?
So, for this question, why is so hard to break a bad habit? In my opinion, I think some routine behaviors develop into unhealthy and bad habits without our notice. In our typical day, we have prior commitments. We have to work in the morning, nevertheless. Some may work the night shift. When confronted with a pressing deadline to support or complete our work, individuals facing a heavier workload must allocate more time to their professional duties. We recognize that it is our responsibility and wish to complete it. Consequently, some undesirable habits go unnoticed thereafter. Some people stay overnight and then wake up late. Getting up late can result in skipping a vital meal like breakfast. When we skip meals and eat at different times, our body requires nutritious food in order to function properly. This is one of negative habits we have that we don't realize is bad for our health. It seems to me that some poor habits are things we do unintentionally, but we do them because we've grown accustomed to them. Aside from eating, people frequently engage in a variety of recreational activities during their spare time. Reading books, watching TV, playing games, and communicating with friends on social media are some examples of these activities. As far as we know, when like when we really enjoy doing anything, time passes quickly. We tend to devote so much time to those pursuits. It appears that we are unwilling to discontinue these activities. We simply try to extend time in small increments. Eventually, we have incorporated this into our daily routine. But for me, I also have that problem as well. I have a bad habit. One of my bad habits is staying up late. I tend to work at night. I occasionally watch movies, TV, or purchase online after midnight. To be honest, I understand that it is a bad habit that will be difficult to quit. To break this habit, I try. For me, I try setting an alarm to remind me that when it's the time to go to bed, and then I try to turn off my computer, and I try hard for doing this. I try to put down my cell phone. Putting down the cell phone is the most difficult chore for me, since I think it makes me feel like I'm taking a break or getting a reward for my efforts. That is my way. That is what I think, and I think I just try to right now. I'm trying to gently break it. I don't think I can break it, but I try. I try to remind myself and manage it to a reasonable amount that doesn't jeopardize my health. I believe that reducing and removing unhealthy habits takes time. However, if we can effectively manage our time, it would be beneficial for our health. Yeah, that's what I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your opinions with us and sharing your experience that you are trying to quit your addiction with the phone late at night, but still you are in the process of trying and quitting that bad habit. Thank you so much for sharing. I think we all face that issue, trying to quit our phone late night. So I can relate to you very well. So thank you so much. And Nazrana, would you like to share your opinions, views on the topic of discussion?
Yes, sure. I'm a total creature of habits. I do everything the same at the same time every day in the same place. If I go to a restaurant, I sit in the same place, I eat the same food. I think something negative needs to happen, and then possibly you could break a habit. So maybe a bad experience with my regular dish will then make me not order it in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your views. Anna, would you like to share your views?
Of course. I think that breaking a bad habit can be very challenging for several reasons. And I think it often involves a complex psychological and behavioral factor to influence that decision. In my opinion, habits often provide a sense of comfort and even familiarity. So breaking a habit, especially a bad one, means stepping out of your comfort zone, which can be unsettling and even create some resistance from the self and the peers to that change. So, in my opinion, sometimes many bad habits serve as a coping mechanism for stress, even boredom, or even an emotional trigger. So, to break a bad habit, it can lead the individual to feel that they don't have the coping strategy they usually go to. So in my opinion, another factor that can be very influential on breaking a habit, it's social and peer pressure. Can contribute to the maintenance of bad habits. And if individuals are surrounded by others that engage in similar behaviors, it can be really harder to break away the habits due to expectations and even norms. So I think it's important to especially be patient with oneself and recognize that breaking a habit, it's a process, it's a constant process, so it takes time and even persistence. So it's not something that will happen from day to night. So you have to be gentler with yourself and understand that it's a process.
Thank you so much, Anna, for sharing your views. And I'm sure agree with you that breaking a bad habit, it's not just a one-day task. We need to continuously work upon that. Thank you so much. Sankalp, would you like to share your views?
Yeah, sure. I think continuing, Anna put forward really good points, but bad habits, and now there are studies, and the video also mentioned like release of dopamine, right?
Yeah.
They go hand in hand. So to break that, so like for people who cannot reduce the urge to eat sugar or urge for alcohol, you need to replace that with a different activity which can give you some kind of similar kind of high, and then be persistent with it to break that cycle. That's required in my point of view.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sankalp, for sharing your view. And I really like the point that you mentioned that we need to replace it with something of the same level of excitement that the bad habit gives us. Yeah, it's a good point, really. Thank you so much. Kwan Yu Peng, would you like to share your views on the group discussion activity?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
And why bad habits are difficult to break? I think the reason is they haven't told you straight lesson. And for me, I like listen song very much. And once my favorite singer here alive to my city, and at that time I had a bad habit of stay up late and oversleep. So at a live day, I will miss my favorite singer live. So I think that whenever I had something important to do next day, my phone alarm clock will be set to the singer song for that day. And so far, I have never missed anything important because I oversleep. So that's why I feel the reason why bad habits are difficult to break the even though you tradition.
Okay, thank you so much. So basically, Kwang mentioned that he had a bad experience in the past, as Nazrana said, that if I will have a bad experience, then only I will be able to break that habit of sticking out to the same food and to the same restaurant with the same seat. So that it happened with Con, and I can really appreciate that you are trying to break that and not missing your important schedules and appointments and important work that you have in future. Thank you so much, Con, for sharing your views. Claudia, would you like to share your views? You are muted.
Yes.
Yes, we
Sorry,
can
you
hear you.
have reason. Yes. For example, for us, I think that the study habits in students, bad study habits in students, are multifactorial and could come from family. For example, if the family is low income and they not encourage reading from child school, when they arrive to university, they expect that the others to read or do they provide them with the homework. Here, this is a very important problem, and we have to stimulate the reading activity, give exercise for reading and reading until they want to do alone, because in my experience, this function.
Okay. Thank you so much, Claudia, for sharing your experience with us. Monica, would you like to share your views on the topic of discussion?
Yes, I would say something shortly because other colleagues said what I wanted to say. I think that we should replace a bad habit with a good one. We should start something new so we can suppress certain thoughts about our bad habits, so we can have a greater chance that we will think about that bad habit very often. Maybe to reduce the stress level, to try to get better sleep, exercise, or maybe to introduce some stress reducing practices like mediation. And someone said we should be aware of triggers, and we could help to avoid them.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Monica, for sharing your views.
Thank you.
Mukhnaran, could you share your views and opinions on the topic of discussion? Mukhnaran, if
Hello,
I'm saying your name right.
can you
Hello?
hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Hello.
you.
Like breaking a bad habit is like major problems to like all human beings. So like from my perspective, like breaking bad habits, like there's like few steps for me. Like first, make it invisible. If you don't see it, then you won't repeat it again. And also, like if you're busy, then you're not tend to like repeat that kind of bad activity. Probably this is the like step I usually like tend to pursue most of the time to like break the bad habits. Yeah,
Thank you so much
that's
for
it.
thank you so much for sharing your views. Rona, would you like to share your views on the group discussion activity?
Okay, thank you. I'm not a psychologist, so I cannot give scientific explanation why we cannot break a bad habit or how to break a bad habit. But I can share some of my opinions. I think we are all creatures of habits, and we could hear on the video that behavior change is challenging, and it requires consistent effort and intentional modification to change some bad habits. And the power of habit can make our behavior change difficult. So what we need to do is taking a small step toward this behavior change, and this is like a crucial, and also have a patience and persistence, which are essential in achieving these self improvement goals.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for sharing your
Thank
opinions
you.
with us. Hamad, would you like to share your opinions with us? Hamad Saleh. Can you hear me? Okay, so I would like to request all the participants to turn on their webcams so that we can take a photo session. Mukran, could you turn on your webcam? Rona, if is it possible for you to turn on your webcam?
I'm sorry, my webcam is not working.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much for everyone for turning on your webcams. So moving ahead with the conference now. This brings us to the end of session 2. And now we will move ahead with session 3 of the conference, that is the technical talk. So our first presenter of the day is Nazrana Mehtar, School of Humanities and Social Science, the IIE's Varsity College, South Africa. Her topic of presentation is Where Are the Boys? An investigation into the academic performance of primary school boys. I would like to request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen given. Moving ahead with the video presentation now.
Hi there, and welcome to the presentation that is titled, Where Are the Boys? An Investigation into the Academic Performance of Primary School Boys. I am Dr. Nazrana Mehta from the IIE's Varsity College, which is in South Africa. I will begin with an introduction to provide you with an overview of the boys' academic situation. Following this, I will explain aspects of the study, including its purpose, the research questions, method, data collection, and analysis. Next, I will review some key research to highlight the gender gap and outline some reasons and solutions that have been suggested for this gender gap. And finally, I will present my research findings, and hopefully this will leave enough time for me to address any questions. Research has indicated that boys who have historically performed better than girls academically are now underperforming when compared with their female counterparts. A study that I conducted in 2019 found that girls achieved higher scores than boys in both national and international assessments. The 2016 Progress in International Reading Literacy Study results found the South African gender gap in reading is the second highest in the world. Girls scored much higher than boys in reading across the board. In grade 4, girls are a full year of learning ahead of boys. 84% of South African boys did not reach the low benchmark category. The gap between boys and girls is also growing over time and was larger than 2011. Reasons for this performance or strategies to overcome the boy crisis were neither investigated nor provided in this Pearl's report. More current research internationally into the situation has indicated the same. Girls are outperforming boys in all subjects. Sainz and others state that in countries like Spain, boys are more likely to fail in school than girls. During the last decade, boys show a higher disposition to drop out of school earlier than girls. The problem of underperforming boys is gaining attention. It is thus worthwhile to conduct further research in this area to understand why this is happening, which could then lead to the implementation of suitable interventions to support the boys. To collect data, rigorous desk research was conducted using online research platforms such as EBSCOhost and Sabinet to source quality research papers and articles related to the phenomenon that was investigated. Research that was considered as relevant were evaluated against the 6 criteria for evaluating quality online sources, which are shown on this slide. Once it was determined that a source met all or most of the descriptors, sorting and categorization took place. A spreadsheet with headings was created, and citations of the research relevant to prepubescent boys' academic performance were pasted under the headings, which can be seen on this slide. Following this, a new tab was created on the spreadsheet to sort the research within each category according to year of publication. In this way, a timeline of the boys' underperformance could be created and reasons and solutions could be contextualized. I will now unpack the findings from the investigation into the boys' academic performance. Assessments conducted nationally and internationally have revealed that boys are achieving lower results than their female counterparts. In 2012 and 2013, South African learners in grades 3, 6, and 9 wrote the annual national assessments in English and mathematics. The results reflected that in both 2012 and 2013, in both subjects, in all 9 provinces in South Africa, the girls achieved higher average percentages than the boys. The 2014 ANA results again concluded that girls performed better than boys in South Africa's 9 provinces in all 3 grades and subjects. Although the report highlights the differences in achievement between boys and girls, it does not suggest reasons for, nor does it provide strategies to help improve these boys' lower performance. In the 2012 Pearls report, compiled by Howie and others, on the achievement of learners in literacy, it was found that boys from all the participating countries achieved lower results than girls in this international test as well. The 2016 Pearls report also evidences a gender gap. Attention to the plight of boys in South Africa is finally gaining momentum because, although the boys have been performing poorly for several years, it has only been commented on following the 2016 Pearls assessment. Howie and others did provide a recommendation to address the gender gap, but they do not detail the type of target interventions required for boys. They also do not provide reasons for the gender gap. Gender studies conducted internationally are also concerned by the gender gap. According to Zhao, the boy crisis is not unique in China. It has become an international phenomenon. These countries include the United States, Spain, Australia, Seychelles, France, South Africa, Germany, and Pakistan, to name a few. And all these studies have concluded that girls achieve better results than boys. Eurasia concluded that reasons for this underperformance needs to be investigated to find ways to improve the academic performance of boys. In this part of the presentation, I will investigate reasons and solutions for the boy education crisis. Kiso and Turnbull explain that due to lack of male interest in language learning, girls continue to attain better results in the language classroom. Zhao contends that reasons for boys' academic inferiority include the influence of school and family education, the lack of educational research and support from education departments, culture and social change, and physiological and psychological differences. On the other end of the spectrum, scientific research suggests that girls outperform boys in language acquisition because the language area of the brain in girls develops before the areas used for spatial relations, whereas the opposite is true for boys. Teachers who participated in a study conducted by SAINS in Spain believed that biological factors such as girls maturing faster than boys, is a major contributing factor for the gender gap. Differences in academic performance between boys and girls extend beyond only physiological differences. Other reasons for boys performing poorer than girls could include social or psychological differences, such as boys' disregard for authority, academic work, homework, and formal achievement, an education system with the emphasis on collaboration and sharing feelings, which boys are not always well suited for, differences in attitudes to work, girls having more effective learning strategies, teachers' tendency to interact differently with boys and girls, the formation of concepts of masculinity that conflict with the ethos of the school. Congruently, Sains and others found that some teachers who participated in their study argued that the feminization of school favors girls' adjustment to school demands, while others stated that boys do not consider school as part of their gender identity. Now, according to Chapman, boys' poorer academic achievement could be attributed to the fact that the socialization of gender is reinforced at school and it is embedded in lessons and textbooks. Gender socialization refers to the learning of behavior and attitudes considered appropriate for a given sex by society. Boys learn to be boys and girls learn to be girls. This learning happens by way of different agents of socialization, such as family, peers, mass media, and schools. A study conducted in Minnesota found that students who achieved better in language also achieved better results in other subjects. The link between all learning is language. To succeed in any learning, learners must have the ability to communicate effectively in the language of learning and teaching. Francis and Skelton state that there is a significant gap which favors girls in language and learning internationally. Epstein and others also contend that girls' most marked area of success at school has been in languages. It thus stands to reason that if girls are outperforming boys in language, then they could possibly be outperforming them in all other areas of learning. The role that socialization may play in boys achieving lower results and the way language educators connect with boys in their classrooms are important because their influence in the classroom is greater than any other variable. Boys are relational learners, so they need to connect with their teacher and show a higher level of productivity when the teacher creates a positive, structured, demanding, and no-nonsense approach. In research conducted by Rowe, boys said that good teachers are firm, friendly, fun, fair, and focused. Also, Pavi found that a language educator who engages with boys is one who cares. This means that they connect with their learners, actively involve themselves in learning, are relaxed and have a sense of fun, are enthusiastic about language that they are teaching, and can strike a balance between fun and discipline. Zhao states that female teachers make up the larger portion of teachers in school, which may not be favorable to boys who need male role models. Therefore, boys and girls who receive the same education and evaluation in school, and this does not account for boys' individual learning needs. Thus, departments of education and education researchers must fully understand the urgency and significance of boy education and provide the necessary intellectual support for boys' education. The 7 strategies provided on this slide have been developed following the study conducted by Zhao to give boys and girls the same opportunities to compete in schools. Sains and others state that to support the academic crisis of boys, increased effort should be made to ensure teachers understand how their biases may influence the decisions about and treatment of learners. As such, current pedagogy should integrate gender-relevant curricula that engage boys and girls equally in different subject areas. And future research should tackle the role that teachers' training with a gender perspective may have on reducing the gender differences in academic achievement. As can be seen, there are many possible reasons and strategies suggested by researchers to account for the boys' academic crisis. However, a challenge still exists as the background experiences and contexts of boys are different. So there is a need for extensive research to provide specific reasons and interventions to empower boys academically. Similarly, Ula and Ula found that evidence-based strategies need to be explored and adopted to improve boys' academic performance and their attitudes to learning. Now, one such study that was conducted specifically to understand boys' performance and experiences in the writing classroom found that positioning, cognition, and dialogue are contributing factors to their level of engagement and the quality of the final product in the writing classroom. This study recommended that to cater for boys' learning needs, the teacher must keep her instructions clear and concise. She must position herself and her boys suitably during the different stages of the process. There exists a need for more studies of this nature. In a time where an opaqueness around gender issues exists, this study found that there are differences between boys and girls' learning needs and styles. It is thus important for teachers and all relevant stakeholders to be knowledgeable about and account for these differences to ensure a fair and inclusive learning experience for both girls and boys, and possibly improve the academic performance of prepubescent boys. Teachers must also be aware of their own bias and limitations. Future research might ask if teachers are aware of the academic gender gap and their own bias, and if so, are they knowledgeable about strategies to effectively adapt to their context and to minimize their own bias. It was also found that whilst there are suggestions and strategies for supporting boys academically, these are mostly generic. To this end, there exists a need for further studies to be conducted and effective teacher training to be implemented accordingly. It is recommended that these studies focus on specific contexts, grades, and subjects to ensure that evidence-based interventions that are tailored to suit boys' individual needs are developed. It would also be interesting to discover the impact that the COVID-19 crisis and the increase in the use of technology for learning had on boys' academic achievement. It can be concluded that an international boy crisis does exist, as boys are underperforming academically when compared with their female counterparts. A need exists for further research into reasons for this underperformance, and targeted interventions for both boys and their teachers are needed.
Thank you so much, Nazrana, for a wonderful presentation. If any participant has any questions regarding Nazrana's presentation, they can ask her.
Hi there, and welcome to the presentation that is titled.
Okay, so Nazrana, we have a question from Claudia. Exactly what do you mean by creating more display platforms in schools? The proposed solutions, if the proposed solutions you mentioned are viable or not. So would you be able to answer that?
Divya, could you kindly repeat the question? I didn't get that.
Okay, so Claudia is asking exactly what do you mean by creating more display platforms in school? Is the proposed solutions viable?
I'm not sure what display platforms in schools. The proposals that I suggested was teachers need to be more developed and more aware of their own bias and possibly be trained, especially in countries like South Africa, where teacher training is significantly lacking, so that they can cater for both genders equally in their classrooms. And then I also propose that more research in this area needs to be conducted so that strategies are suggested that are context specific. So then other places can see who have similar contexts and possibly adopt and adapt those strategies. I hope I answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for answering Claudia's question. I hope, Claudia, you got your answer. So moving ahead with the conference now. Our next presenter of the day is also Nazrana Mathur, School of Humanities and Social Science, the IIE's Varsity College, South Africa. Her next topic of presentation is exploring an intervention to support higher education students with referencing insights gained. I would like to request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen. Moving ahead with the video presentation now.
Hi there, and welcome to the presentation that is titled Exploring an Intervention to Support Higher Education Students with Referencing, Insights Gained. I am Dr. Nazrana Mathur from the IIE's Varsity College, which is in South Africa. I will begin with an introduction to provide you with an overview of the current plagiarism context. Next, I will review some key research to provide a definition of plagiarism, what constitutes plagiarism, reasons for students plagiarizing, particularly during the COVID-19 lockdown. Following this, I will explain aspects of the study, including the purpose of the study, the research questions, the research method, data collection and analysis, and finally, I will present my research findings, and hopefully this will leave enough time for me to address any questions that you may have. Academic dishonesty is not a new problem for tertiary institutions. However, the rising availability of information sources which can now be easily accessed by student writers, as well as essay writing services heavily marketed towards tertiary level students, has led to an increase in discussions on this topic in both the media and academic journals. One way in which universities have attempted to monitor and control academic integrity is by using text matching software such as Turnitin or SaferSign. However, these software packages used to detect similarities between text submissions have been widely acknowledged as far from a perfect solution to solve the plagiarism plague. An increase in the number of plagiarism cases has been recorded since the shift to online learning during the COVID-19 lockdown. According to Perkins and others, there are many definitions of plagiarism. But the most comprehensive definition is that plagiarism is an act of submitting a document that belongs partially or completely to somebody else without due reference, and therefore misrepresents the effort that has been carried out by the submitting author. It is important to recognize that plagiarism can also occur unintentionally. And it is important to distinguish between major and minor plagiarism. Minor plagiarism is when a student uses the correct referencing technique, but this may be slightly inadequate or may contain formatting errors. Now, in contrast, major plagiarism constitutes little to no acknowledgement of the creator of the original source that the information was taken from. We can say that a submission has been plagiarized if the student has omitted to insert adequate, correctly formatted in-text references, if the submission has no bibliography, or if the sources in the bibliography are incorrectly formatted, and finally, if the submission has been poorly paraphrased. This would mean that the student has copied sections of text directly from the original source without using the correct referencing format for a quotation. Sometimes students attempt to paraphrase by just changing a few words from the original text. However, good paraphrasing is a true reflection of the original text in the student's own words, thus demonstrating the student's understanding of and engagement with the text. Now, there are many reasons why students plagiarize, and according to Perkins and others, whilst this has been the focus of much research, research into interventions to support students with intellectual integrity remains relatively uncharted. Selemani, Chawinga, and Dube cite the following reasons for students plagiarizing, and I have noted most of these with my own students. Students are often not good at managing their time and leave assessments for too late, which then puts them under pressure to meet deadlines. So they ignore referencing and focus on the content and making the submission time, which results in academic writing and correct referencing techniques being neglected. Oftentimes, students are let down by the schooling system, and the first time that they ever encounter in-text referencing and bibliography compilation is in their first year of study at a tertiary institution. Bridging this gap may take time for the student, and they do not realize the seriousness of violating the institution's intellectual integrity policies until they are on the receiving end of the penalty. Because of the high cost of tertiary fees, students are under pressure by their families to perform and to perform well. This pressure may lead to the student acting in an unethical manner. Finally, students might go undetected by some of their lecturers, so they do not correct or do not know what is correct. During the COVID-19 lockdown, tertiary institutions may have noticed an increase in the number of reported plagiarism cases. In a study conducted by Sforza into this phenomena, there was an increase in plagiarism cases in all 6 countries that were included in the study. Now, it must be noted that South Africa was not one of the countries in the study. Sforza and Verhoef and Kutzer suggest the following reasons for this increase during the COVID-19 lockdown. Poor time management. During the COVID-19 lockdown, students were overwhelmed and had unforeseen stress and other personal matters to deal with, such as family members falling ill, financial strain, loss of family members and friends, to name a few. Adding to this, many campus support interventions that were normally prioritized, such as plagiarism and referencing training, had to take a second seat as students needed to be trained to learn online. During the COVID-19 lockdown, assessment strategies also changed. So instead of writing sit-down tests and examinations with invigilators, students had to complete take-home assessments under no supervision. These assessments, unlike the sit-down ones, require referencing and paraphrasing, and this shift may have caused confusion among students, and this could possibly have led to unintentional academic dishonesty. Many students struggle with technology in terms of access, affordability, and use. In some areas of South Africa, electricity and internet connectivity are a concern. Not all students can afford to buy data and devices, especially during the lockdown when their breadwinners were not earning an income. And finally, not all students have the skills and knowledge to learn online without the face-to-face support of the lecturers and their peers. Due to the increase in major plagiarism cases and the limitations under which we were operating to conduct normal support initiatives, a need arose to find a creative way to reach students to provide support to them for intellectual integrity. A PowerPoint presentation for the lecturers to adapt and use as a referencing refresher to support their students with referencing before their submissions was designed. This presentation included a slide with the campus information specialist contact details and a link to a short video which was developed to support students with paraphrasing and referencing. Following this, information about what plagiarism is, what constitutes plagiarism, and the need for referencing was provided. Thereafter, formatting quotations, in-text referencing, and bibliographies were detailed. Now, here the lecturer could replace the information that was provided in the presentation with information from their prescribed material. So, in other words, this presentation that was given to the lecturers had templates, and the lecturer would insert their relevant information. For instance, they would replace the given examples of in-text references with authors and years of publication from the prescribed material relevant to their modules. Information about referencing for specific schools, such as how to reference the CAPS document for education students, was included. So lecturers from the other schools could just delete the information that was not relevant to them. Details about the plagiarism process and policy followed, and then finally, a slide was included for the lecturers to insert correctly formatted bibliographic entries for their prescribed material, so the students could copy and paste those bibliographies into their submissions and just add additional sources that they consulted when compiling the submission. And then the final slide in the presentation was a summary infographic to show students the key areas regarding copying and plagiarism, such as not copying directly from other sources and instead paraphrasing, in-text referencing, and including a bibliography. So that final slide was almost like a sum up infographic. In addition to this, a second resource was created, and this was a paraphrasing and referencing support PowerPoint presentation with voiceover. Now, the purpose of this resource was to serve as a resource that would be available to students to access as and when needed. In this way, they could identify specific areas that they needed support with and find those areas in the PowerPoint presentation without having to view the entire presentation. And downloading and viewing a PowerPoint presentation is not data heavy. The resource is more detailed than the referencing refresher that was made available and detailed on the previous slide. And this PowerPoint presentation with voiceover further served to support lecturers who needed development with referencing and plagiarism. This study sought to shed light on the usefulness of an intervention that was developed to support students with referencing and paraphrasing. It was hoped that students would be supported to avoid intellectual integrity contraventions and the number of major plagiarism cases would be reduced. I will now discuss the research questions, findings, and conclusions. For this study, the following questions were addressed. What is the overall prevalence of plagiarism committed by students? Was the intervention successful in reducing the number of recorded major plagiarism cases? To conduct the study, the following process was followed. Resulting from an observation by the plagiarism officers about the high number of confirmed plagiarism cases, the need for an intervention arose. The institution's plagiarism policy, referencing guide, and existing plagiarism support material were collated and examined to inform the design of the new intervention material. What was also needed to be factored into the design of the intervention was the COVID-19 restrictions, which meant that students did not have access to the regular face-to-face support that they normally had on campus. It also meant that students could not access the library and other campus resources as and when needed. Once the material design was complete, it was sent to the academic team for review. Thereafter, it was shared with the lecturing team to upload onto the institution's learning management system for the students to access. The lecturers were asked to promote and encourage the use of the material to support students with plagiarism and referencing during the COVID-19 period. At the same time, the number of cases that were recorded by the plagiarism officers at the end of semester 1 in 2020 was analyzed. After a year of implementation, the number of recorded cases at the end of semester 1, 2021 was analyzed to determine if there had been an improvement after the intervention was implemented. At the end of semester 1 in 2020, there were 64 recorded major plagiarism cases, while at the end of 2021 semester 1, there were 171 cases. Consistent with the finding of other studies that were conducted about plagiarism trends during the COVID-19 period, these statistics reveal an increase in major plagiarism cases from 2020. So, although a decline in plagiarism cases after the implementation of the intervention was not observed, this phenomenon could be because of various contextual factors. It could simply be that the students did not access the intervention material, or that not all the lecturers made the material accessible to the students. On the other hand, the intervention may have contributed to the lecturer's understanding of plagiarism and the process involved, and it might have created more awareness amongst more lecturers, who then in turn reported more cases. Another contributing factor to this increase in plagiarism could be that the assessments that were written as sit-down, on-site assessments, such as tests and examinations before COVID-19 lockdown, that did not require referencing, was subsequently being submitted online as assignments or summative assessments, and those required referencing. So this meant that the number of assessments that required referencing increased. So proportionately, possibly so did the number of student submissions that had major plagiarism concerns. So whilst an increase in the number of major plagiarism cases was recorded, the intervention has merit. It serves as a well-packaged quality support resource that students can access as and when needed to assist them with referencing and avoid plagiarism contraventions. It could also be useful for lecturers to integrate into their sessions and to use as a refresher for their students and themselves. And finally, the intervention proposed a starting point to thinking about alternate creative ways for student support, compared with the traditional face-to-face workshop-style student support intervention. Going forward, the following recommendations are made. It is difficult to control what students and lecturers do. Therefore, an alternate way to promote and manage the implementation of the intervention is needed. The need for and importance of all lecturers incorporating the development of referencing skills in their modules must still be promoted. To this end, going forward, an audit could be conducted to check if the material was uploaded on the learning management system as required. Reports could possibly also be pulled to check if students accessed the material. And based on those reports, feedback from students and lecturers could be sought to explore their experiences of the intervention, and in so doing, improve and tailor the material to better suit their needs. In conclusion, a support intervention was designed to support students with referencing during an unusual, unprecedented time. As is the case with interventions, they may not always yield all the results as intended, but they do open windows for further exploration and improvement. These are the sources that were consulted to compile this presentation.
Thank you so much, Nazrana, for your wonderful presentation. Moving ahead with the next presentation now. I would like to announce that if any participant have any questions related to her presentation, they can ask the questions in the chat box. Okay, so Nazrana, we have one more question for you regarding this presentation that was presented right now by Claudia only. Can you hear me, Nazrana?
Clearly, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so Claudia is asking, do you suggest that we recommend that students not plagiarize? Because if they do not do so, when writing a thesis, they may commit an illegal act that may be penalized or just as an act of ethics.
Well, it is important. This is such a lovely question. Thank you, Claudia. It's absolutely vital that students acknowledge the sources that they consult when putting together, when writing a thesis. And then, of course, indicate those sources in a bibliography. Otherwise, it seems like they're presenting the work as their own. So then it is plagiarism, and then it makes their work, of course, unethical. And most, if they do want to go on and publish in accredited journals and so on, then those works won't be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nazrana, for answering Claudia's question. And Claudia, I hope you got your answer. So moving ahead with the next presentation. Our next presenter of the day is Monica Kamunsanak, Department of Demography and Croatian Immigration, University of Zagreb, Faculty of Croatian Studies, Zagreb, Croatia. Her topic of presentation is Global Migration Patterns and the Preservation of Croatian National Identity in Immigration, the example of the Croatian immigrant community in Rome. So I would like to request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Monica.
Okay, I have some technical difficulties, so I hope I'll be able to present the topic. I apologize, I didn't know it was mandatory to pre-record the presentation. So I will just say what usually I would say in a video presentation. Yeah, as you said, I'm from Department of Demography and Croatian Immigration at Faculty of Croatian Studies, University of Zagreb, and my topic is preservation of Croatian national identity on the example of Croatian immigrant community in Rome. To begin with, I will say something about Croatian immigration in Italy. Because of the immediate geographical proximity and belonging to the same cultural and religious circle, Croats, especially from Primorje and Dalmatia, often moved from Croatian territory to Italy throughout history. Croats from Molise are the smallest recognized linguistic minority in Italy and have been in Italy since the 16th century. Today, there are Croats living in that country and their descendants who arrived there in recent times. A large group of Croats live in the northeastern part of Italy, in the regions of Friuli, Venezia, Giulia, and Veneto, as well as Lombardy and Marche. It is estimated that about 60,000 people of Croatian origin live there, and they make a significant part of Croatian economic immigration, of which about 30,000 live in Trieste, and between the area of Trieste and Venice, about 20,000, and about 10,000 in other parts of Italy. For example, in Milan and the surrounding area, about 4,000. After the Second World War, due to unfavorable political and economic conditions in Yugoslavia at that time, emigration to Italy would even take on massive proportions in certain years. Parts of the immigrants later moved from Italy to third countries. Then we have Molis Croats, or we say Molizanski Hrvati. They're part of the Croatian nation, and they live in Molise region in three villages: Ako Viva, Ako Le Croce, San Felice del Molise, and Monte Mitro. In those three villages, Croatians are majority, and there are about 2,000 speakers of the Molish Croatian language, although at the time of the colonization, there were about 8,000. Those three villages were settlements of Croatian refugees before the Turkish conquest, and they appeared in the southern part of Adriatic Italy in the 15th century. Today, around 1,000 Croats of Molise origin live throughout the rest of Italy. A large number of Croatian associations operate in Italy. In 2001, the Alliance of Croatian Communities in Italy was founded, which brings together Croatian associations in Trieste, Milan, Rome, and so. Croatian education system in Italy is under the responsibility of the Ministry of Science and Education of the Republic of Croatia, and it was founded in Rome, Trieste, Monfalcone, Milan, and in the province of Molise. And currently, that education system is taught by 3 teachers. Several Croatian language lectureships were established at the faculties, like in Padua, Florence, and Rome, under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education and Science of the Republic of Croatia. And the Croatian-Italian Association in Rome publishes the bilingual magazine Insieme, intended for Croats in Italy, as well as state and cultural institutions of Italy and Croatia. The magazine is published once a year and publishes the topics of most interest to Croats in Italy, from status issues to the fields of culture and economy, with a focus on the activities of associations that are members of the Association of Croatian Communities in Italy. Since 2001, the Center for Croatian Italian Studies, Ruđer Bošković, has been operating in Milan, whose goals is to study and promote Croatian-Italian cooperation in the field of history and culture. The Center for Contributions to Croatian-Italian Literary Relations established the award which consists in the publication of the laureate's book within the one publishing house from Milan. As for the status of Croats in Italy, part of the Croats in the northeastern region of Friuli, Venezia, Giulia, in the last 15 years have been trying to achieve the status of linguistic minority, which is provided by the law of norms for the protection of historical linguistic minorities. A positive move in this was made in the spring of 2015 when Senator Aldo Di Biagio submitted a request for the recognition of Croatian language minority in this province to the Constitutional Commission of the Senate, but a decision on this matter has not yet been made. In order to preserve the Croatian national identity in immigration, it is necessary to learn the Croatian language and get to know Croatian culture, tradition, and history. The migration trends of Southern European countries indicate extremely unfavorable demographic trends, especially immigration and depopulation. In view of this, the Croatian immigrant communities in Italy, as well as the native population, are experiencing an accelerated demographic decline. This will manifest itself in the decreasing number of members of the Croatian nation in Italy, regardless of whether it is a minority or expatriate population. Croatian education abroad, which was introduced in Italy in 1998, takes care of the learning of Croatian language and is therefore considered the basis for preserving national Croatian identity. In cooperation with the Italian authorities, the Ministry of Science and Education of the Republic of Croatia is responsible for conducting Croatian classes in Italy. In 2020, we launched a large project at the Faculty of Croatian Studies, the goal of which was to conduct systematic research on how many children of the Croatian nation learn the Croatian language abroad, how well they know Croatian history, geography, culture, customs, etc. So far, we have conducted research in Hungary, Slovenia, Montenegro, and Italy. And in this presentation, I will focus on the Croatian immigrant community in Rome, on children and students who attend Croatian classes, and using the method of semi-structured deep interview with a total of 30 open and closed-ended questions. We examined knowledge of the Croatian language and the level of satisfaction with the current form of this specific Croatian teaching abroad system. Their answers were then grouped and evaluated, and in the following I will highlight the main conclusions of the research that can serve to improve Croatian teaching approach in Rome, and this will serve for a better understanding of Croatian national identity in diaspora. The research showed that the groups of students attending Croatian classes in Rome are extremely different. Classes are attended by students from lower grades of elementary school and high school students, and the age range was between 7 and 17 years. The average number of years of attending Croatian classes in Rome was 13 years. Therefore, there is a problem of adapting the content, especially the learning of the Croatian language, to different age groups. Also, the problem of individualization arises, how to adapt the program to students who have been attending Croatian classes for a number of years and new students who are just starting to learn the Croatian language, culture, and tradition. At the same time, we should also take into account the repetition of the content, because this, especially for older students, affects the motivation and regularity of attending classes. Individualization is particularly difficult to achieve in heterogeneous and numerically large groups. Currently, there are 20 students in the same class of different ages, different prior knowledge, and different levels of knowledge of Croatian language. And we know that knowledge of the language is a prerequisite for acquiring other knowledge about Croatia. Students outside of Croatian classes mostly, rarely, or sometimes speak Croatian, and only on special occasions. For example, when visiting relatives or visiting Croatia. A very small number of students speak Croatian every day in a family environment. The largest number of students visit Croatia during the summer months, and they link their departure with summer vacation. And not love and care about Croatia. It is interesting that the majority of students pointed out that they would really like to live in Croatia, which can be linked to the previous conclusion. All the surveyed students stated that they come to Croatian classes with pleasure and joy, while no one started that in solely the wish of their parents. With regard to the content of the class tests, the average rating they gave to Croatian classes was 4.23, and they are reluctant to miss classes. But 85% of students believe that they have made significant progress in strengthening their language competences, and that they see significant progress in speaking and knowing the Croatian language. The majority of respondents assessed their knowledge of Croatian language as satisfactory. However, 70% of students stated that they only know basic information about Croatia, while 23% know very little about Croatia and would like to learn more about history, culture, and tradition, and not just to learn Croatian language. At the same time, only one student declared that he would be able to write a composition, we can say a few sentences in the Croatian language on the given topic without the help of parents, students, or friends who know a better Croatian language. This is supported by the fact that 70% of students believe that in Croatian classes, the most difficult thing for them is to learn Croatian language and literature, and the easiest is geography and history. Within the age groups, there are no significant differences. Difficulties with learning Croatian language are equally expressed by those who have been attending Croatian classes for a longer period of time, as well as by those who have only been attending classes for a year or more. All these differences in the distribution of attitudes can be linked to the different ages of the students and the number of years of attendance. 55% stated that creative activities, workshops, and practical classes are relatively rarely or sometimes represented in classes as a drawback of Croatian teaching. And for conclusion, these were only some results of the conducted research, but based on that, some problems and guidelines for changing the program of Croatian teaching abroad system in Rome can be singled out. First, considering the heterogeneity of the groups, it would be good to provide capacities for the formation of smaller groups based on the age of students attending Croatian classes in Rome. This would maintain students' motivation for learning and avoid possible dissatisfaction with repeating the content of the classes from year to year. Second, more creative activities should be introduced into the program, and more modern teaching methods through which the content, especially the learning of a language, would be mastered more easily, quickly, and efficiently. Given that learning the Croatian language is the most difficult for children, workshops are also proposed in which parents of Croatian origin would be involved, and which would encourage the use of the Croatian language in the family on a daily basis. Third, we should design or intend to design an integrated approach to learning the Croatian language, history, culture, customs, tradition, which would be together with adequate educational materials, textbooks, manuals, worksheets, workshops, and in accordance with demographic trends, the survival of Croatian teaching abroad system is threatened, and learning Croatian language is crucial for Croatian national identity outside the homeland. So we should maintain interest and motivation first at a very high level, while modernizing teaching and solving some technical, organizational, financial, and other problems and challenges for Croatian teaching system abroad. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Monica, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
If any participant have any questions related to her presentation, they can ask her or they can put the questions in the chat box itself. So moving ahead with the next presentation. Our next presenter of the day is Rona Busleja Kardum.
Yes.
Department of Educational Sciences, University of Zagreb, Croatia. Her topic of presentation is Education and National Identity, Croatian Teaching Abroad Approach. I would like to request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen. Rona, would you like to present live?
I would like to share a presentation if it's possible.
Yes, you can share your presentation now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay, I hope you can see it well.
Yes.
So hello everyone. My name is Rona Busleja Kardum and I'm Associate Professor at the Faculty of Croatian Study, University of Zagreb, Croatia. And the preservation of the Croatian national identity through the process of education among Croatian children and youth growing up abroad is the subject of consideration of this presentation. So I will start with a short introduction. Since its independence, the Republic of Croatia, through the Ministry of Science and Education, has been promoting the Croatian language and culture, ensuring the preservation and development of the Croatian national identity for children and youth growing up abroad. This constitutional obligation and strategic interest of the Republic of Croatia is realized through systematic organization and financing of learning and teaching the Croatian language and culture. So children attending Croatian classes abroad and their families are the barriers of preserving the Croatian national identity and serve as a strong bridge between the Republic of Croatia and the country in which they reside. In today's era of linguistic, cultural, and economic globalization, Croatian teaching abroad encourages and develops awareness of belonging to the Croatian nation and culture among children and youth growing up outside the Croatian country. This is based on the understanding that life in another linguistic and cultural community has assimilative effects on Croatian immigrants, especially on children and youth. And therefore, the role and responsibility of Croatian teaching abroad is crucial. I have to emphasize that the Croatian teaching abroad is fully or partly financed and organized by the Ministry of Science and Education of the Republic of Croatia. So now I would like to say something about the importance of Croatian national identity in the process of education. So in Croatian dictionaries, identity is defined as a set of features that make someone who they are, or as facts about a person that differentiate them from another. However, this extensively researched and described phenomenon could perhaps be most simply defined through questions: who we are, to which groups do we belong, what makes us different from others, and how do we perceive ourselves. National identity is a modern phenomenon that emerges and develops during social changes and long-term processes. On the other hand, one of the most important processes on a global scale, bringing warriors both positive and negative changes, is the process of globalization. The the speed of international connections brought by globalization is crucial factor influencing the preservation of national identities and their corresponding national cultures within a global identity, or we can say global culture. To preserve the identity values of different nations within so-called global villages, it is essential to safeguard different forms of identity shaping national identity, so the linguistic, ethnic, political, cultural, religious, and others. Each of these forms of identity are important for our understanding the Croatian national identity and subsequently the process of education of Croatian children abroad. As you can see in the presentation, a child can primarily develop the collective components of national identity within the family, at secondary within educational institutions that incorporate the preservation and maintenance of national identity into their programs. Considering the fact that identity is something that can be lost just as it can be established, an important factor in preserving the Croatian national identity at the supernatural level is the implementation of Croatian teaching abroad. So the trend of emigration of Croatian citizens continues to rise. According to the data from the Central Office for Croats Abroad, based on estimates of Croatian diplomatic missions and consular offices, Croatian Catholic missions, approximately more than 3 million Croats live outside Croatia. Considering only the number of Croatian immigrants, the need for organization and implementing Croatian teaching abroad is unquestionable. Although the goal of Croatian teaching abroad is to instruct the Croatian language and culture, the Croatian teaching abroad represents much more than that. It serves as a means of resistance to linguistic and cultural assimilation for Croatian children and young abroad. It also acts as an initial gathering place, a platform for collaboration, communication, and joint activities among Croatian teachers, children, and parents who live abroad. The specifics of Croatian teaching abroad lie in the fact that this type of education is primarily additional and as such not mandatory for Croatian children and young abroad. Therefore, attending such education is conditioned by the issue of emigration, the emphasized or non-emphasized need to maintain connections with the home country, and the preservation and nurturing of national identity. In addition, teachers are the most responsible barriers of such organization and implementation of teaching activities. They face some specific challenges in Croatian teaching abroad, such as working in combined groups where students differ not only in age and proficiency in Croatian language, but also in a diverse regional backgrounds of their families, such as different linguistic and cultural heritage. Teachers of Croatian teaching abroad also have the obligation of fostering good collaboration with parents whose children attend such education, with Croatian communities, associations, embassies, Catholic missions in host countries. They are also obligated to design various extracurricular and after-school activities. Additional, their special duty includes promoting the Croatian language and culture, often achieved through collaboration with governmental bodies where Croatian teaching is implemented. The number of teaching positions and the number of teachers of Croatian teaching abroad have been increased from year to year. In this regard, teachers of Croatian teaching abroad are expected not only to overcome the challenges of teaching content that often goes beyond the scope of their primary expertise, and as it involves integrating the Croatian language and literature, history, geography, and music and visual arts, but also to work in combined classrooms with students having variety levels of proficiency in Croatian language. So giving the differing proficiency levels in the Croatian language among students, the individualized approach to prescribed teaching content is often necessary, requiring careful planning and preparation and implementation of different variation of project-based and problem-based teaching, as well as various extracurricular and after-school activities. So there are several studies in Croatia regarding Croatian teaching abroad. These studies mainly examine the attitudes of Croatian teachers abroad, and based on these attitudes, most of these studies identify the advantages and disadvantages of Croatian education abroad. So I will briefly present the results, one of the study, and I have to say how similar or identical results were obtained in all other studies. So the research was conducted using the survey method, employing the online survey technique. Data were collected through the Google Forms tool. The survey link inviting participation in the research was sent via email to 97 email addresses of teachers obtained from the Ministry of Science and Education. So out of 97 teachers of Croatian teaching abroad who were invited to participate in the research, data were collected from 61 of them. There were 51 women and 10 men from 17 countries. In total, 63% of teachers were covered by the research. On average, participants had 8.6 years of teaching experience and worked as a teachers of Croatian education abroad for an average of 2.5 years. The survey questionnaire was divided into four thematic sections. It included questions covering sets of competencies that explored the attitudes of teachers of Croatian education abroad about the knowledge and skills acquired through formal education. There was also, it also included questions that conducted self-evaluation of teachers' work in the Croatian teaching abroad, and there were also two open-ended questions asking teachers to describe the problems when they come into the new workplace and the new working environment. As well, we ask also suggestions for competencies needed for more successful implementation of Croatian teaching abroad, especially those not acquired in their previous formal education. In the fourth part of this questionnaire, there was an open-ended question directed toward the methods of improving the work of teachers of Croatian teaching abroad and requests for their advices for the future teachers. So the teachers generally expressed satisfaction with the pedagogical competencies gained through formal education. The most significant drawback relates to insufficient preparedness for planning and organizing teaching in combined classrooms or teaching groups. 57% of surveyed teachers believe they were not prepared for this during formal education. The second objective of the study was to determine the extent to which teachers consider themselves competent to conduct Croatian teaching abroad, and to identify the effects of their experience in teaching in the Republic of Croatia and their level of preparation for work abroad on the assessment of the effectiveness of teaching. So the teacher evaluate their work very positively, especially in the terms of encouraging the activity of students using various methods and strategies, as well as adapting teaching to the different abilities of students while respecting various learning style. So we had a full agreement with these both statements, 100%. Furthermore, the vast majority of surveyed teachers, 89% of them, stated that they use digital tools in teaching. 69% of them design and implement various ways of checking and assessing students, and around 2/3 of them regularly conduct an evaluation of their work and organize also various extracurricular and after-school activities. However, 20% of them express difficulties in creating the teaching process and encouraging the learning process in combined classes or combined teaching groups. Only about half, so around 54% of them, state that they achieve all learning outcomes prescribed by the official document, and which is called Curriculum from Croatian Teaching Abroad. The third objective of this study was to determine the teacher's need for assistance in designing this Croatian teaching abroad. The need for teacher assistance in devising methodological approaches and strategies in teaching was measured by agreement with the statement, I need assistance in devising various methodological approaches and strategies in teaching. The results show that 80% of participants do not agree at all, and 28 with this statement, and 28 of the research participants disagree with the statement, meaning they don't believe they need that kind of assistance. On the other hand, almost half of the teachers expressed a need for such an assistance. 36% of the participants agreed, and an additional 20% of the participants fully agreed with the statement. The remaining 80% of participants couldn't assess whether they needed such assistance or not. The expressed need of Croatian teachers abroad for assistance in designing various teaching and learning methods and strategies points to the necessity of developing and modifying different ways to stimulate the motivation processes, especially when it comes to these combined classrooms or teaching groups. In the fourth part of the questionnaire, there was an open question directed towards the method of improving the work of Croatian teachers abroad and requests for their advice for future teachers. From the 61 Croatian teachers abroad, 13% stated they had no issues upon arriving at their new workplace, while 80% of the teachers described problems they experienced, which can be categorized into 6 groups. Administrative issues, communication problems, problems with insufficiency knowledge of a language and education system of the host country, as well as professional and pedagogical and some organizational problems. Research tasks investigated the everyday problems faced by Croatian teachers abroad, and it showed that 8% mentioned that they have no problems of their daily work. The remaining 92% reported experiencing some everyday issues, which can be classified into following groups, like lack of professional literature and teaching aids, insufficiently equipped classrooms, student absence from classes, insufficient structuring of the official document curriculum from Croatian teaching abroad, only online classes for high school students during COVID-19 pandemic. Also students having a poor prior knowledge of the Croatian language, discipline issues with certain students, they also pointed as a problematic, weak motivation among students to work after regular full day classes. Based on the research results, it can be concluded that before going to the work abroad, it's desirable to enable teachers to acquire presentation and marketing skills. Since as I said, the teachers are promoters of Croatian teaching abroad, especially in the local community where they work. In addition, teachers should develop their transversal competencies, such as knowledge and skills for managing school websites, organizing cultural and artistic events, collaborations, some kind of festivals, as well as leading other extracurricular activities. Moreover, due to the specific nature of teaching Croatian abroad, teachers should have well-developed social and emotional intelligence, knowledge of stress management methods, communication skill, and certainly proficiency in the language of the host country. So the teachers also proposed several ways, as this was one of the open-ended questions, to enhance their work abroad, with a special emphasis on online support. Specifically, they suggest the following: establishing a web page for teachers from the same host countries and linguistic area, providing the basic content in digital forms that can be easily personalized. This would save some time and facilitate teachers in better understanding and adopting teaching materials. Then the second, create a section on websites to store images, digital documents, and content, which will provide an overview of news and interesting aspects of homeland, contributing to the development of new interests, especially among children. Regularly organized online meetings via standard video communication channels to gain insight into the work, organization, and maintenance of Croatian education in different countries, with the intention of sharing examples of the best practices among all participants in the Croatian teaching abroad. In the last research task, participants had the opportunity to provide advice to future teachers of Croatian language, Croatian teaching abroad, and guide them on the challenges they should be prepared for when accepting such a position. Out of 61 participants, 3 did not offer advice. The remaining 58 participants provided guidance on what to expect when starting a new position, especially regarding preparation before working abroad. Research participants advised future teachers of Croatian teaching abroad on various aspects, ranging from the basic technical and administrative instructions to some professional advices that emphasize the importance of communication skills, develop social and emotional intelligence, digital competencies, and in addition to methodological knowledge in teaching Croatian as a second and foreign language, the need for additional knowledge and skills to organize and lead various extracurricular curricular activities. So as a conclusion, I can say that Croatian teaching abroad is a very specific program, and it's characterized by student heterogeneity, cross-curricular approach, interculturality, and it's influenced by strong individual factors as motivation, age, and etc. The results of presented research can serve as a solid foundation for creating guidelines on how to improve Croatian language and cultural instructions abroad. One primary guideline that emerged is the need for acquiring additional competencies for current and future teachers of Croatian teaching abroad through the development of special educational models or a university specialist study program, as well as organizing continuous professional development for teachers of Croatian language and culture abroad. So with this, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, Rona, for a wonderful presentation. If participants have any questions related to Rona's presentation, they can ask the questions to her or they can put their questions in the chat box. Moving ahead with the conference now. Our next presenter of the day is Ana Sofia Cardoso, College of Art and Design, Foundation for Science and Technology, Matosinhos, Portugal. Her topic of presentation is Design for Inclusive Communities, Universities as Drivers of Sustainable and Social Engagement Networks in Local Communities. I would like to request all the participants to read the from the screen. Moving ahead with the presentation now.
My name is Ana Sofia Cardoso. I'm a researcher at ESAD College of Art and Design and also ESAD IDEA, its research center. I'm going to present to you a project developed on the theme of inclusive communities, focusing on the role of universities as a catalyst for sustainable social participation networks in local communities. You have a QR code in the top corner of your screen if you want to find out more about the ESAD projects and ESAD IDEA investigations. Communities and networks constitute complex social-cultural ecosystems, herein participatory design and art practices. They assume a central role in fostering collaborative creativity and addressing collective challenges. The infusion of participatory design into these networks serves as a catalyst for social innovation, facilitating the active engagement of community members in co-creating their shared environments. So universal level students are positioned as key contributors to the convergence of art and design activism, enhancing the impact of interventions with a social political dimension. As active participants in civic engagement through arts and design, these students become vital advocates for social justice, contributing substantially to community empowerment and the proactive determination of future trajectories. It was in this context that the Neighbor is Inclusive project was born. The genesis of this project exemplifies the synergy between participatory design, art practices, and social design. Initiated by ESAD College of Art and Design, the project seeks to contribute to societal betterment through design and architecture. It also emphasizes the positive transformation of local cities like Cruz de Pau, a urban space through activity community participation. The project was financed under the Healthy Neighborhoods Program, a governmental participatory program aiming to improve the quality of life in vulnerable territories. Cruz de Pau, a neighborhood in the municipality of Matosinhos in Portugal, formed by several housing projects with different demographic profiles and economic and social needs, was the project's ideal intervention territory type. And in this context, the project aimed to bring together the inhabitants of Cruz de Pau, mainly seniors, the 8th grade students of the Basic School of Matosinhos, a local community school, and the students of the Interior Design Master's Program at ESAD. The collaboration with a wide array of stakeholders facilitates the engagement of 3 different generations: seniors, young people, and teenagers, in workshops and participatory activities. The main objective of this project was using art and creativity as instruments of social and urban regeneration, activating a process of participation and identification between the inhabitants and the surrounding space. The goal was mainly to bring together these 3 generations through a set of actions that explore creativity, imagination, and the technique of self-build, thus nurturing an environmental sustainability. Therefore, proving that a community united in favor of a common goal has an effective power in transformation of its own reality. Workshops, community forums, and interactive design sections ensure that residents actively contribute to shaping their living environment. Design solutions are then tailored to create spaces and activities that promote accessibility, inclusivity, and well-being for all. This project included, among other activities, a series of participatory workshops aiming at fostering community engagement, creative expression, and sustainable practices within the urban context. The workshops span diverse artistic and design disciplines, each contributing to a positive transformation of the public spaces and the cultivation of individual and collective creativity, from self-building initiatives to experimental art exploration, typography, skateboarding design, photography, and regenerative architecture. These workshops showcase a multifaceted approach to community-driven urban development. The project ensured the commitment from local and governmental institutions. A partnership with them was carried out, such as Matosinhos Habits, the entity responsible for managing the house projects of the municipality of Matosinhos, the local health units of Matosinhos, the basic school of the local community, the workers association of the residents of Cruz de Pau, and also the Center for the Encouragement and Sharing. By embracing inclusivity, cultural diversity, and environmental consciousness, this project stands as a model to community-driven development, inspiring other neighbors to embark on similar journeys towards a more harmonious and sustainable tomorrow. This project serves as a compelling illustration of how participatory design, art practices, and even social design can synergistically contribute to positive societal transformations. By actively involving diverse community members, the project showcases the effective transformative power of a united community in fostering participation, identification between inhabitants and their surroundings, and the overall betterment of urban spaces. Thankfully, it was a successful project. Thank you so much for your presence today.
Thank you so much, Anna, for a wonderful presentation. If any of the participants have any questions regarding Anna's presentation, they can ask her or they can put the questions in the chat box. Moving ahead with the next presentation. Our next presenter of the day is also Ana Sofia Cardoso, College of Art and Design, Foundation of Science and Technology, Matosinhos, Portugal. Her second topic of presentation is Blue Design Alliance, Transformative Strategies in Education for Water Resource Valorization and Advance. I would like to request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen. Moving ahead with the video presentation now.
Is Ana Sofia Cardoso, and I'm the coordinator for the Short Courses program at Blue Design Alliance. I'm here today to talk to you about this program and about the transformative strategies in education for water resources, valorization and advanced social environmental sustainability. You have a QR code in the top corner of your screens if you want to learn more about the Blue Design Alliance Consortium. So what is Blue Design Alliance? It signifies a proactive endeavor aimed at creating an advanced higher education initiative centered on the valorization of water resources and the promotion of social and environmental sustainability through design methodologies. So this is the collective effort from 4 institutions, 2 public and 2 private. The main promoter was ESAD, College of Arts and Design. And then we collaborated to create this project with 3 other institutions, IPVC, Polytechnic Institute of Viana do Castelo, IPB, Hotel and Wellness College, Polytechnic Institute of Bragança, and College of Biotechnology of the Portuguese Catholic University. What we all have in common is the fact that we are based on the north coast and inland north of Portugal. That is a privileged location to the study of the water resources and how can we as designers help build a better future for our planet. Our main focus is education, innovation and strategy. ESAB takes on the role of a driving force behind the Blue Design Alliance. We provide courses that are both funded and innovative, leveraging design as a tool for sustainable living. Our main mission is to contribute to the development of skills that are relevant for the blue economy and the market today and in the future. Our programs are geared towards making the most of water resources and the blue economy. So we are aligned with Horizon Europe and the Recovery and Resilience Program to make the dimensions and priorities of the Blue Design Alliance Consortium aligned with the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In this context, our goals are to leverage different pedagogical and research areas while valorizing interdisciplinarity and still encouraging mobility, while building transdisciplinary learning experiences that can encourage collaboration between teaching and research institutions, as well as public and private organizations and companies, including governmental and municipal ones. The micro-credential system is very flexible and an inclusive form of learning, so it enables the acquisition of specific skills and competences. It makes possible to redirect or even update your skills according to the needs that are recognized as valuable by the market, or even just for personal development. 60 to 100% funding comes through a scholarship to all our students. But you are asking, what for? because our planet needs our help, needs us to care about water resources and plan for the future. So this program allows you to consolidate knowledge already acquired without completing a full higher new education program, improves the skills or retrain you to meet the needs of employment market after you already start working. And also it's a specialized training program for an emergent area of action that we all recognize as important for our future. Now I'm going to specifically talk to you about the Adult Impulse program that targets over 18 years old students. We have a total of 10 postgraduate programs, 3 of them at ESAD, and 65 short courses, 20 at ESAD. We also offer water design views that are cycles of conference that happen yearly with specialized professionals in these fields of intervention, and also the Blue Summer Labs program that it's targeted especially for kids and young adults to start learning about these topics. Our Adult Impulse develops a program that is based on 4 different fields. We offer training, namely in the human resources, design, management, and marketing area. Also, water literacy and culture, health and well-being, focusing on tourism, sport, and biotechnology, mainly food innovation. And last but not least, shipbuilding, logistics, and water resources. First, I'm going to present to you the short courses program. The short courses program is based on micro-credential systems. That is, as I've said before, a very flexible and inclusive form of learning. Enables a target acquisition of specific skills and competencies that makes possible reskilling and upskilling according to the needs that the market recognizes as valuable. In the short courses program, we have a vast number of fields of intervention. However, we will focus on 2 of them. First, design thinking. It's a very interactive and collaborative approach that allows to develop creative solutions to complex problems. It can be incredibly valuable for individuals who want to develop problem-solving competencies as well as hone skills in creating innovative solutions. We will be focusing on activities such as problem mapping, interactive prototyping, collaborative exercises, and storytelling. Students will improve their skills in conceptual design development as well as developing collaborative and communication skills. Empathy is also an important component which helps students understand the needs and behaviors of users. Second, we'll present product design reuse, materials, processes, and experimentation to design with wastes. This course asks a very important question. What if waste is only waste because it's being wasted? This course introduces concepts of sustainable practices and design innovation through practical experiences of design which challenge the prevailing concepts of how waste is understood, valued, and treated. By examining the critical issues associated with product design and waste in our water and oceans, and through a series of practical exercises and quick prototyping, strategies for design will be developed on how to reimagine circular, sustainable, and inclusive design outcomes. Now a few notes on our postgraduate programs. The Communication Design and Water Literacy Postgraduate Program provides the consolidation of knowledge, methods, and tools that contribute to communication water literacy, the visualization of information, and enhancement of communication design possibilities, enabling the student to shape intelligent and inclusive solutions for the digitalization of information and visual representation that promotes a critical and sustainable blue culture. As for product design and maritime and river spaces, this course covers naval design, methodology, and spaces associated with water from a contemporary perspective of circular and sustainable design. From the design of vessels and their interiors to the materials and technologies applied, the postgraduate course on design and maritime and river spaces aims to develop a socially and environmentally responsible design perspective, promoting efficient and sustainable infrastructures and energy processes. It also covers the study of blue economy activities such as hotels, thermal facilities, and water-related tourism. Last, we present social design in a postgraduate program that provides an in-depth design preparation for international projects in the blue creative industries, with professional placement in the areas of design, communication, branding, and marketing in local and international organizations. Blue sustainable and circular design with a focus on water represents an innovative approach that integrates sustainability principles into design processes, aimed not only at economic and social growth, but also at caring for the environment. Rather than focusing exclusively on economic success, blue sustainable design proposes a problem solving strategy that promotes innovation, raises the quality of life, and at the same time respects the environmental limits. This transdisciplinary approach uses creativity to co-create solutions that improve products, systems, services, and also experiences. In this program, we ensure a high level of qualifications framework and credits obtained, always in accordance with European certification standards. So, to sum up, the purpose of the Blue Design Alliance is to use the tools of design to educate and train for the development of a sustainable living, enabling the implementation and transfer of innovative ideas and products to the blue environment. The training program follows the design thinking methodology, which means that the course allows the content taught to be reformulated, taking into account your curiosity and ambition, as well as the needs of the market that is always evolving. The result is practical lessons aimed at solving concrete problems in an experimental and collaborative environment geared towards water resources and sustainability. Thank you so much for your presence.
Thank you so much, Anna, for a wonderful presentation. Moving ahead with the next presenter of the day. Our next presenter of the day is Claudia Marisa Calderon Torres, Biomedicine Research Unit, National Autonomous University of Mexico, Mexico City. Her topic of presentation is website for online or blended teaching of genetics for the development of knowledge and skills in biology students. I would like to request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen. Moving ahead with the video presentation now.
Good morning. This is a presentation of the work Website for Online or Blended Teaching of Genetics for Development of Knowledge and Skill in Biology Students by Claudia Marisa Calderón Torres, Miguel Murguía Romero, Tania Garrido Garduño, Lourdes Gabriela Soy Rayi, Alina Uribe García, Daniela Miranda Pérez Calderón, and Alexis Javier Avila Lavar, all of them from Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México. Genetics is a relative new domain and it's a keystone of biology. Why? Because genetics is the science that studies the transmission and variation of the hereditary information of organisms stored in DNA molecule. Currently, genetics encompasses a strategic set of knowledge and skill that biology professionals must have. In such a way, those who don't have this knowledge, techniques, or even theories run the risk of not entering or get a job position. So it is increasingly important for students to have a firm grasp on the content. However, there are a series of factors that reduce the learning of genetics, and of course, the number of failing genetic exams increase. Let's see the factors. Main problems in learning teaching of science courses are the next. First, abstract nature of scientific concepts. For example, DNA replication is a complex process to understand at the first time. We don't know exactly what the students might imagine, and we would like them to have the imagination of an abstract painter. For this reason, to the student is given representative diagrams to help them to understand the process. This is the DNA replication in bacteria. Second, complexity of language. There are different and new terms and words that the students have to review, investigate, discuss to understand genetic topics. Here we can see again specific words like polymerase, primase, helicase, RNA primer. Third, we prove or acquire misconceptions. For example, during the COVID pandemic, many people don't want to be vaccinated with the RNA vaccine because they believe that the RNA messenger will enter to the nucleus and we will be left with that genetic information, and it is false. Fourth, mathematical content. The students don't like the Harding-Weinberg equation simply because it's a mathematical equation, even if they know that it is valuable for understanding population genetics. Another important aspect is the source of information. Again, during the COVID pandemic, we told to the students to search and complement their online classes with searches of genetic information on the internet. However, we don't know if there are geneticists or genetic teachers who review the information on the internet web page. Therefore, we are not sure if the material is appropriate for the level of study required in the undergraduate genetic class, and if there is an understanding of the material available on the internet. But there is little research on the tests that appear on web page. For example, in this research, 1279 tests were reviewed and only a small fraction was focused on people with a university level of education. This fact warms us because we don't know if the information in the internet are suitable for our students. Because of this situation, our research team decided to create a web page with resources for genetics students and teachers. The website has a simulator of Hardy-Weinberg equation with infographics and detailed information on its use. The diagram here shows the alleles for the color of a flower, but it can apply with the hardy Weinberg to different flowers population. Also, in this web page, there are documents, especially educational tests that we wrote, review, discuss, and edit for the learning of the students. On our genetics web page, the tests on specific topics were prepared by genetic teachers and have the basic definitions and concepts with update examples and learning activities to reinforce student learning. To evaluate the educational test, we gave to 135 students a DNA recombination test, and after reading, we gave a quiz of 10 questions. On the contrary, to 119 students, we only gave the quiz. We found that the students who have access to reading the educational test have the highest percentage of correct answer in the test. These are the group that received educational test, and this is the group that doesn't receive the educational test. Here, there is a significant difference between the two groups. This means that the educational test that we wrote, review, discuss, and edit for learning and comprehension of the genetic students gave positive results. Now we are continue analyzing the results of a second evaluation in the same semester with the same students but with another educational test. Thanks to members of our research team, especially thanks to Dr. Miguel Murguía Romero because he helped us to build in the simulator of Hardy-Weinberg equations, to Dr. Alina Uribe Garcia and Dr. Tania Garrido Garduño for help us all the time with the tests, for applying the quiz, and for improve our project. To undergraduate thesis students, Daniela Miranda Perez and Javier Avila Lavara for their enthusiastic participation in this project. All of them, thank you. Also we thank to the genetics teachers for letting us to apply the quiz in the Facultad de Estudios Superiores Iztacala, UNAM, during the last semester. And finally, we thank you, Dirección General de Estudios del Personal Académico, for the grant to this project. And all of you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Claudia, for your wonderful presentation. If any participants have any questions related to Claudia's presentation, they can ask her, or they can put their questions in the chat box itself. So moving ahead with the next presentation now. Our next presenter of the day is Sankalp Srivastava, Information Systems, Indian Institute of Management, Shillong, India. His topic of presentation is Leveraging Generative AI for Sustainable Digital Empowerment in Indigenous Communities. I would like to request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen. Moving ahead with this presentation now.
Hi everyone. My topic of presentation is leveraging generative AI for sustainable digital empowerment in indigenous communities. Myself, Sankalp Srivastav, I'm a PhD scholar at the Indian Institute of Management, Shillong, along with my guide and professor, Dr. Parijat Upadhyay. So, starting with the presentation, the agenda includes the introduction, the literature review, and the literature review has been segregated into three parts. One is talking about the indigenous digitalization, which we have done the literature review since 1990. Then coming to artificial intelligence, for which we have quite a bit of literature available now, and then finally coming up to generative AI, because through that we are trying to show how we can address the gap. We'll then talk about the research gaps, the research questions, our methodology, data collection, and expected contributions. So introduction, and starting with, as you mentioned, we started our review of the literature on how digitalization has helped indigenous people. So the contribution of indigenous people, especially in various nations, is towards achieving sustainable development, and digitalization has helped it because emerging digital technologies offer the opportunities for these people to develop new ways of representing their knowledge and reclaiming the cultural heritage. In the recent years, though, the advent of generative AI, generative artificial intelligence, has opened new avenues because how generative AI is different than AI is, it can actually produce new text, new set of information based on the data, based on the models it's trained upon. So while traditional AI systems primarily analyze and learn from input data, generative AI goes a step further by creating new data that is similar yet distinct. Our literature review, what we did is we went through reports and publications, especially like International Labour Organization, UNESCO, WWF, NITI, IO, corporate reports, etc. We focused on two journals in a specific. One was Scopus, one was Web of Science. We also looked at industry reports, and that was particularly important in our case because generative AI being very, very new, that is being more talked about in a lot of corporates. So we went through reports from Deloitte, Accenture, McKinsey, etc. We also had to take a look at government websites because when we are talking about indigenous population, we do need to look at government websites and government reports to be able to gather the data required. And at the end, we also looked at indigenous business organizations. So talking about the indigenous digitalization. So digitization employed pragmatically has proven as a tool to reverse ethnocide. What does that mean? That we have seen that indigenous people have been on a back foot based on the historical injustice done to them, and while digitization has the potential to bring them towards, remove all those biases or the data colonization which has been done, and really bring their perspective forward. We have seen this through the use of, in the uses of GIS mapping as well as 3D scanning, which is particularly noteworthy and has helped indigenous population like the Maori population of New Zealand. Educators have also reported that digital literacy projects have helped students learn of technological skills, which actually instilled a sense of confidence in them. And this culturally responsive framework is exemplified by the emphasis on digital storytelling projects as well, digital literacy training, and art and music based language and literacy learning practices. That's how the differentiation has occurred with digitization or digitalization. We then actually looked at the literature for, on artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence has augmented the benefits conferred by digitalization, right? It is adding to it. It's adding more fire to it. What it is, machine learning algorithms can analyze vast amount of data from digital archives to recognize patterns in indigenous languages, for instance, right? In aiding in their preservation and revitalization. AI can also predict a lot of things because it sees the patterns based on the data it is fed. It can also predict the languages or the cultures which are at the most risk of extinction, right? And aids in developing strategies for their preservation. Through predictive analytics, for instance, AI can contribute to better planning and decision making in areas such as resource allocation or infrastructure development and environmental management. Now, coming to generative AI. Generative AI is characterized by, and we all have heard about these terms now, application like deep learning and neural networks, which actually represents a significant leap in AI. And we all started hearing about generative AI with a lot of us to, with the advent of ChatGPT. So while traditional AI systems analyze and learn from input data, generative AI, as we said, goes a step further by creating new data, right? So deep learning, which is a subtype of machine learning, mimics the working of human brain in processing data for use in decision making. On the other hand, neural networks, which are the main force behind deep learning, are algorithms designed to recognize patterns. They interpret sensory data and can learn to perceive the world by the unstructured data input they receive. The use of generative AI has the potential definitely to improve lives of indigenous people in various ways, be it economically, socially, or in education. There are areas where generative AI can definitely help indigenous population. Now, what are the research gaps we have identified? First and foremost, that there's a need for research for, research focus on developing or refining the theoretical frameworks, methodologies, and philosophical approaches that can better guide the decision and development solution addressing societal challenges, especially those involving emerging technologies and their applications. Second is about impartiality of AI systems. As you mentioned, AI systems, they work on the data on which they are trained on to. And the data, if in itself contains biases and is colonized, the data which is going to be generated is going to be biased and colonized. So how do we remove those biases? And we can only remove those biases if we have inclusive decision-making process. We have inclusive um, participation of indigenous, indigenous participation should be in there. So there's a need to investigate the dynamics of decision-making processes, ensuring inclusivity and addressing power asymmetries. So these are the three main research gaps: exploring novel frameworks, assessing the impartiality of AI systems, and inclusive decision-making processes. Now we have three major research questions. One is, how does the adoption of generative AI serve to empower indigenous communities, both economically and socially? Second is, what ethical considerations we need to take into account when implementing generative AI within these communities? And then how do we ensure participation of indigenous people while building new technological frameworks? Now, what we have followed is an experimentation based approach utilizing application based on large language model. So we have a participatory design, generative AI integration, experimentation framework, user training and guidance, KPI monitoring, as well as continuous iteration. Talking about our research methodology, the way we want to do this is not through surveys but through effective experimentation, because surveys definitely serve as a great tool, but through effective experimentation we are not just gathering the data and trying to analyze it. It's a participatory approach where we are continuously monitoring, giving feedback, and taking decisions based on that over a period of time. Now we are talking about three separate parts. One is transformative learning for indigenous education, connecting the indigenous communities socially, and third is economic empowerment for indigenous futures. If you would have seen the research questions we had, we are talking about these things. Now, how do we do that? We are working our methodology involves, it's based on theories, and the five theories which we are talking about in here are the social capital theory, grounded theory, actor network theory, theory of rational choice, and capability theory. So we are not just formulating the question. So the way we are doing is through this application, which will be administered or which will be used for participatory research with indigenous communities, will involve certain set of questions, and those questions will be based on these theories. Those questions will not be random. Based on those questions, we are actually relating our questions with these theories, and based on that we are capturing responses from the indigenous population. So this, what we are seeing is a neural network, but careful data collection and pre-processing are the first steps in training a neural network, which we know, if anyone from the, who has seen these neural networks and how they work, the input layers, the hidden layers, and the output layers. And the most important thing is that by actively involving indigenous stakeholders and community leaders in the data collection process, which we are trying to do through the application, we ensure a fair representation. And that's how we remove the biases and we bring in the indigenous perspective into the data collection. Employing advanced techniques such as fairness constraints, adversarial training, and model interpretability, they will systematically analyze and mitigate biases in the neural network. As you mentioned, we are planning to use an Android-based app which will have questions which will use effective experimentation. It will guide participants so that they can reach from state A, their current state, to state B, which is the desired stage. The approach will be to capture key performance indicators, the KPIs, based on participant responses over a period of 3 to 6 months. And we will implement continuous monitoring and evaluation mechanisms to assess the impact of the technology on indigenous data practices. And we'll need to regularly review and update the framework to incorporate feedback and lessons learned. So this is how we are going to come up with our application, which will definitely promote indigenous participation and try to remove the biases which exist in these systems. Thank you. I hope that that brings in some good insight for everyone and does some contribution. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask those. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sankal, for your wonderful presentation.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
If any participants have any questions regarding related to Sankal's presentation, they can ask him or they can put their questions in the chat box itself. So moving ahead with the conference now. Our next presenter of the day is Hamad Al-Shehi, Institute of Islam Haderi, Core Area, Management, Economics and Business, National University of Malaysia, UKM, Malaysia. Topic of presentation, the impact of risk management on the performance of construction projects. I would like to request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen. Moving ahead with the video presentation.
It's nice to meet you all. My name is Hamad Al-Shehi and I am a second year PhD student at the National University of Malaysia. My goal is to present a research paper related to my thesis, which is titled The Impact of Risk Management on the Performance of Construction Projects. In this slide, I have mentioned the introduction part. There is a vital role of risk management in the construction industry. It influences the outcomes of the project along with its success. In this sector, risks are inherited because of scale, involvement of various stakeholders, and complexity. This research aims to investigate deeply the intricate association between the strategies of risk management and the overall performance of construction projects. Now I have mentioned the research questions and objectives, which includes to evaluate how early risk identification in construction projects is related to schedule, quality, outcomes, and cost. To quantify the measurable impacts of the various risk mitigation strategies on the construction project success in terms of stakeholder satisfaction, duration, and budget. This research is very important in the construction industry and the broader project management domains. Next, I have mentioned the theory. The contingency theory contributes valuable sides to acknowledging the dynamic interlink between risk management strategies and the project performance in construction. Moreover, at its depth, contingency theory and advances that there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Instead, strategies efficiency depends upon a given situations, exceptional circumstances. This theory becomes especially imperative in construction projects where unpredictability is ingrained. Slide 5 shows the agency theory and resource dependence theory. The agency theory offers a varied view of the risk allotted amongst project stakeholders in the construction industry. Moreover, within the difficult web of interlinks ingrained in construction projects, the allocation of risk, while the resource dependency theory contributes valuable insights into interlink and interdependencies amongst project stakeholders in the construction course by impacting the implementation. In this slide, I have mentioned the complexity theory provides an essential view in improving and managing risks within the difficult web of complex construction projects. Complexity theory generally asserts that systems such as construction projects are characteristically dynamic and incorporative. This assessment delves into how including the aspects of complexity theory can increase risk management methods by understanding and answer the ever-changing project environment. Next, this study is based on a deductive research approach. It uses the existing theories and models along with the empirical findings presented in scholarly articles. The research design adopted in this study is a systematic review of existing literature. It aims for a structured and thorough investigation into risk management in construction projects. The data for the completion of this paper has been collected in systematic retrieval of the secondary data. So the findings underline the necessity of the contingency theory in recommending adaptive risk management strategies exceptionally customized to the complexities of construction projects. The findings assert the higher depth of agency theory considering risk allocation within the construction area. The examination upholds the relevance of resource dependence theory, especially its significance on stakeholders' interdependence in the area of construction industry. The exploration of risk management in projects related to construction highlighted a rich derivative from a synthesis of practical insights and theories. A convergence of real-world application and theoretical frameworks lies at the heart of this discourse. This exemplifies a symbolic association that can shape and redefine the practices related to risk management. In this slide, I have mentioned the conclusion and recommendations. In the ever-changing construction sector, effective risk management emerges as a cornerstone of the project success. This study accentuates the significance of the adaptive strategies finally tuned as per the project's requirements, transparent communication that bolsters unity among the stakeholders, and continuous learning regarding ethos. To optimize the risk in construction industry, practitioners must prioritize several key strategies. Firstly, cultivating a culture of adaptability is vital. Finally, the study's implications carry far-reaching prominence for different stakeholders in the construction industry. The practical implication, such as project managers, can include the identified theme to refine and gain their risk management practices. The study signifies that stakeholders' interdependence and mutual dependency have direct executions for decision making included in project planning and implications. Entities within the construction segment can utilize the study's implications. And this slide shows the reference list. Thank you for listening.
Hello everyone, my name is Guan Yupen. Today I will talk about the effect of adding calcium chloride in electrically on the removal efficiency of heavy metal in soil by vertical electrokinetic.
Thank you so much, Hamid, for a wonderful presentation. If any participants have any questions related to Hamid's presentation, they can put their questions in the chat box itself. Moving ahead with the next presenter. Our next presenter of the day is Quan Yu Peng, Department of Safety, Health and Environmental Engineering, Ming Chi University of Technology, Taiwan. His topic of presentation is Effects of Adding Calcium Chloride in Electrolytes on the removal efficiency of heavy metals in soil by vertical electrokinetic method. I would like to request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen. Moving ahead with this video presentation now.
Hello everyone, my name is Guan Yupen. Today I will talk about the effect of adding calcium chloride in electrically on the removal efficiency of heavy metal in soil by vertical electrokinetic method. Here is my content. My content has introduction, electrodynamic, remediation, method, result, and conclusion. Our introduction, soil heavy metal and soil heavy metal remediation. Heavy metal, due to their difficult biodegradability, allow plants to absorb heavy metal from the soil and accumulate live between animals and plants for a long time. They can potential hazard to the environment and human health. The existing remediation mainly include like physical remediation, chemical remediation, bioremediation, electrodynamic remediation. Physical and chemical remediation can damage the structure of soil, make soil usable, and The bioremediation requires a long processing time. Compared to the previous, electrodynamic remediation does not damage soil structure and requires less time than bioremediation. And in the electrodynamic remediation, the electrolyte solution is the one of the key that affects the remediation effect. So, in my research, I will add calcium chloride to the electrolyte solution to change the original electrolyte. Our electrolyte solution uses effective microorganism solution, and I will call it EM. Next, let's talk about electrodynamic remediation. And how does electrodynamic remediation working? First, we will have a tank filled with electrode solution and place heavy metal soil in it. Next, the electrode plate will be placed on both sides, and we will power on. Because most heavy metal carry a positive charge, so after a while of time, positively charged heavy metal ion will move toward the cathode and attach to the cathode plate, achieve the effect of remove heavy metal for soil. There are many factors that affect the remediation effect, like soil composition, current, electron material, electrolyte efficiency. Our research mainly focused on electrolyte and efficiency. Next, I will show my research method. For my research, I will take a tank and put the cathode under the tank. Next, put film soil into the tank. The soil depth is 30 cm, and I will distinguish 5 areas. Top to down is S1 to S5, and on top I will put the anode. After that, I will plunge in electrode solution. For my research, I will conduct 3 sets of experiments. The difference between the 3 groups of experiments is that different concentrations of calcium chloride were added to the plunged electrolyte solution. The concentration is 0 mole and 0.01 mole and 0.05 mole calcium chloride in EM. After all, I will connect anode and cathode to the power supplies. My experiment will be conducted for 21 days, and every day I will record pH, conductivity, and current. For the sampling frequency is once every 3 days. The soil sample were analyzed for heavy metal concentration. After discussing the research method, let's take a look at results. For first result, let's take a look initial concentration of heavy metal soil. Table 4.1 show the concentration of heavy metal in soil and standard value for soil heavy metal control in Taiwan. We can look to copper concentration is 2000 300 ppm and zinc is 1300 ppm. The concentration about heavy metal is much higher than agricultural land control standard. The next result, let's take a look copper removal rate. The figure 4.1 is final removal efficiency of heavy metal copper. For this figure, we can know adding calcium chloride before the 9 day is more effective than EM in remove heavy metal. However, for day 9 to day 12, the removal effect of EM exceeds that of adding 0.05 more calcium chloride. After the 12th day, there was no significant change in the removal effect of each group. And the table 4.2, we can know the final concentration for heavy metal copper. The concentration of heavy metal in the upper, on the top area has decreased significantly. However, there are still high concentration of heavy metal copper result in the low layer. The next result is zinc removal rate. For the figure 4.2, it shows the final removal efficiency of heavy metal zinc. Until day 9, zinc removal is very similar to copper removal. The removal effect of EM is lower than added calcium chloride. However, the different thing is on the 12th day, the removal effect of adding calcium chloride stopped, but removal effect of EM continued to increase before the last day. And the last day, day 21, EM removal heavy metal zinc is higher than added calcium chloride. And let's look about table 4.3. Table 4.3 is final concentration for heavy metal zinc. The top area concentration is layer reaches 0. And although the concentration of heavy metals in the lower layer has decreased, there are still residual heavy metal. Next, let's summarize. Based on the experimental results, we can draw the following conclusion. Conclusion 1. The final removal efficiency of heavy metal copper is 0.01 more calcium chloride to EM better than 0.05 more calcium chloride to EM. We can infer that conclusion 2. For copper, added low concentration of calcium chloride to EM is helpful for the electrodynamic remediation of heavy metal copper from soil, but added excessive calcium chloride to EM will reduce the copper removal effect. For conclusion 3, the final removal efficiency of heavy metal zinc is EM better than 0.01 more calcium chloride to EM better than 0.05 more calcium chloride to EM. And infer that. Conclusion 4, for zinc, add calcium chloride to EM of the electrodynamic remediation will reduce the removal efficiency of soil heavy metal zinc. That's thank you for everyone listen.
Thank you so much, Kwang Yu Peng, for your wonderful presentation. If any participants have any questions, they can put their questions in the chat box itself. So our next presenter of the day is Daryl Federicia Prem, Cambridge Future Scholar, Cambridge Centre for International Research Limited, Cambridge, United Kingdom. Her topic of presentation is induced photosynthesis and different light spectrum LEDs in indoor farming. I would like to request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen. Moving ahead with the video presentation now.
Hi, I'm Daryl Federicia Prem from the Cambridge Future Scholar Program at the Cambridge Center for International Research, and I'm going to be talking about my research on induced photosynthesis and different light spectrum LEDs in indoor farming. I'm going to elaborate on why light spectrums matter, why indoor farming is important, what hydroponics are, and how they work, and the results of my research. So, why do light spectrums matter? Well, light is essential to the growth of plants because plants utilize light as an ingredient for photosynthesis, which helps them create energy that they need to survive. Furthermore, light is an important indicator of the environment that plants are in. So, when seeds are in the ground, they use light spectrums to detect whether the environment is optimal for their survival or not. If it is, they germinate, and if it isn't, they don't. Hence, light spectrums can cause seeds to germinate faster or slower. Because of these two reasons, light spectrums can end up affecting the way that plants grow. They can promote flowering, lead to larger leaves, etc. So, why do people prefer indoor farming? Indoor farming promotes a safer environment. The fact that it is indoors protects the plants from contamination, weather damage, and pests. Moreover, it creates more reliable production because it is not viable to Mother Nature's whims and cannot be affected by thunderstorms and tsunamis. Additionally, seasonal crop can be grown year-round because temperatures and humidity can be controlled using sensors and machinery. It also uses less land because plants can be stacked one on top of each other instead of just on the floor. This can create increased productivity, which is required for the increasing population that we have on Earth. Moreover, it uses fewer resources such as water, soil, and pesticides, which can both save money and save the resources that we have on Earth. It also reduces transportation costs, because if plants are grown indoors, these buildings can be kept near stores so that they don't have to be transported long distances to get to their final location. Moreover, it can reduce labor costs because more of the work, such as irrigation, watering, fertilizer, etc., can be done by machines instead of by hand. And plants can also be grown at home using indoor farming, which helps people who do it as a hobby or may not want to go to the store to get produce that they cannot rely on. What are hydroponics and how can they be implemented? Hydroponics is a way of growing plants using a water-based nutrient system as opposed to soil. These nutrient solutions come in concentrated packages and are then diluted using water. Usually 30 milliliters of a nutrient solution is diluted using 100 liters of water to create a diluted solution that can then be used to grow plants. Hydroponics is one of the most common types of vertical farming today, and so greatly helps the indoor farming sector. To create a hydroponic system, pipes are connected to a tank of water, and a pump is placed into the tank of water. Seeds need to be germinated before they are placed into the system. They are germinated separately using special lights and then are placed into sponges after they have sprouted. These sponges are then placed into little indents in the pipes. These indents look like the top right picture on the slide. The pump in the water tank is then used to pump the nutrient-rich solution through the pipes. This water is constantly moving and circling around the system to prevent growth of algae. The plants utilize the nutrients in the water. These nutrients are listed in the table on the bottom right of the slide and are essential to plant growth. The plants also use the water itself in their processes. So, what is my research paper about? The aim of my research paper is to find out the effect of different light intensities on plant growth. To do this, I set up a hydroponic system with 3 different levels. Each of these levels was exposed to a different light intensity, and hence we could see the difference in the effects of plants based on these light intensities, because the same plants were planted on all these levels. The top level was exposed to no light and acted as the control for this experiment. The middle level had 30 light strips, where 20 of them were red and 30 of them were blue. This was the red and blue level. The bottom level had 3 blue light strips, 3 red, 3 full spectrum light strips, and 12 other full spectrum light strips of a different power. This was the white light level. Depending on which level grew best, we would be able to figure out which light spectrum was most effective for plant growth. I also had 3 such setups, one with Santo cilantro, one with Calypso cilantro, one with red spinach. Having 3 different setups with 3 different types of plants ensured that I would be able to figure out the response of light intensity regardless of the plant type. This table illustrates the setup more clearly. Each icon represents a different kind of plant. The top and bottom one are the 2 types of cilantro, and the one in the middle is the red spinach. We can also see the 3 different rows illustrated. The top row with no light,
the middle row with red and blue light, and the bottom row with full spectrum light. The different plant types were in different hydroponic systems, and this is how the research was conducted. Once the hydroponic systems were set up, I used temperature and humidity monitoring probes to make sure that the environment was constant and that didn't play a role in the plant growth. I also used a laser-based real-time measurement system with a 1/16 inch accuracy to measure the plant's height and width. This height and width was measured for each plant 10 days, 20 days, and 30 days after germination. After the height and width were measured, the averages for each level were calculated. And by plotting the data for the averages in each of the systems and each of the levels, time, we can find out how the plants grew and whether this growth differed based on the light intensity. Based on the data from the graph, I found out that the red and blue light promoted germination best, because the red light is most important for germination. But the full spectrum light was best for growth after germination. Thank you all for listening to my presentation.
Thank you so much, Daryl Federicia Prem, for a wonderful presentation. Moving ahead with the conference now, our next presenter of the day is Sofia Guliashvili, Institute of Georgian Studies, the University of Georgia, Tbilisi, Georgia. Her topic of presentation is how the epigraph survived the masterpiece. I would like to request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen. I would like to announce that Sophia is unable to join us today due to some unforeseen circumstances. So moving ahead with the conference now, our next and last presenter of the day is Yangming Fan, student of finance, Wenzhou Keen University, Wenzhou, China. Topic of presentation, the impact of information transparency on firm performance, evidence from China. I would like to request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen. Moving ahead with the video presentation now.
Hello everyone, I'm Fang Yangming, and today I'm going to talk about the impact of information transparency on firm performance, evidence from China. So nowadays, with the concern of the public for corporate social responsibility, firms are increasingly concerned with social responsibility. And the main purpose of a firm's contribution to the society, as we know, is to earn more profit. since they think the consumers will be satisfied with their social contribution. So it's important for them to figure out whether it's beneficial for their profit to do contribution to the society. And there have been a lot of studies about the relationship between social responsibility and proficiency and profitability. For example, in 2021, the study of Quizen says that a higher level of disclosure can result in better phone performance. And in the study of Sarafa, etc. in 2022, it is concludes that sustainability reporting disclosure has a positive and huge impact on phone performance based on both market and accounting. And also there has been many other studies about this topic. So based on these studies, I made 3 hypotheses. Hypothesis 1 is the information transparency level of a phone is positively related to its ROA. And the second hypothesis is the influence of transparency on ROA is more considerable in firms in which disclosure is voluntary. And the third hypothesis is the influence of transparency on ROA is more considerable in firms that have the experience of violating rules. And for the data, I used the CSMAR. CSMAR is a platform which has the data and informations of all the Chinese firms. And since I'm going to investigate Chinese firms, I use CSMAR as the source of my data, and I used data from 26 to 2021 and its annual data, and in the end I have 23,958 observations from 3,536 firms, and I selected the firms existing throughout the selected year period, which is from 26 to 2021, and the firms should have all the data needed in our research, which means the firms with missing data on any of the variables in the research will be deleted. And the variables are the Y of my research is ROA. The dependent variables is ROA, and the independent variable is the transparency level of the firm. And also I have the control variables, which are firm size, firm age, leverage, price to book ratio, liquidity ratio, asset growth, board size, independent directors percentage, CEO duality, board members' average age. And I used the regression as a method to analyze the data in my research. Regression is a widely used method in academic areas that can help us get the correlation between 2 or more variables and find the relationships between them. And it's also utilized in my research to analyze the relationship between transparency level and ROA, and this is the equation of the regression. And first, let's look at the descriptive statistics. As we can see, there are 23,958 observations in my study, and the average of ROA is 0.039. The average of transparency level is 0.321, and the standard deviation of ROA and transparency are 0.069 and 0.183. And we can see all the data for all the variables in my research. And this is the result of the mean regression. As we can see, if we just want to find the relationship between ROA and the transparency, the correlation is 0.37 and it's significant as 0.05 level. And then I added all the variables. And as we can see, the correlation between ROA and transparency is 0.137. And also, the correlation of ROA and leverage is also very significant, and it's negative 0.133. And then I want to figure out the impact of whether the information transparency is voluntary on the relationships that we have just found. And firstly, I multiply transparency level by the voluntary, and I found the relationship of this variable to the ROA, and the ROA is 0.072, and it's significant as a 0.01 level. And also, I divided the observations into two groups. Group 1 with voluntary equals to 0, and group 2 with observations whose voluntary is equals to 1. And as we can see, for the group 1, the correlation between transparency and ROA is 0.086, and it's 0.128 for group 2. So we can see that in forms in which information disclosure is voluntary, the relationship between transparency level and ROA is more significant. Then the hypothesis 2 is true. And then I want to investigate the impact of rule violation on the relationship we just found. And again, I multiply transparency by the violation variable, and I found the correlation is 0.093, and it's also significant as the 0.1 level. And I divide the observations into two groups. Group 1 with violation equals to 0, and group 2 with observations with violation equals to 1, and the correlations are respectively 0.108 and 0.202. And we can see that in forms who have the experience of rule violations, the relationship between ROA and transparency can be more considerable. And also, I investigated the lag effect to because it it may not be the transparency level in this year who affect the ROA, but it can also be the transparency level in the formal year or 2 years before. So I lacked the and as we can see, the correlation of the lacked transparency and ROA is 0.091, and for the transparency lagged twice, the correlation is 0.058, and it's not so significant compared to the correlation we have found in the first stage. So we can see that it's the transparency level in the current year which affects the ROA. And we can conclude that the information transparency does have a significantly positive impact on the performance of the form, and whether the disclosure of information is mandatory has a positive moderating effect on the relationship between information disclosure and form performance, and whether the company have experience of violating rules also has a positive effect on this relationship. That's all of my presentation. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, Yang Ming Feng, for your wonderful presentation. If any participants have any questions related to Yang Ming's presentation, they can put their questions in the chat box itself. Moving ahead, I would like to announce the listeners of this conference. Munkaran Nyamasuran, Faculty of Law, National University of Mongolia, Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Thank you for joining the conference today with us. So this brings us to the end of the conference. I would like to thank all of you. With great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smoothly running conference with very interesting presentations. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking. I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners of this conference, to all the coordinators and the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all the universities and institutes, to those who have sponsored our participants and people who have directly or indirectly contributed in the smooth conduct of this conference. Thank you so much, everyone. So before we end the conference today, I would like to mention that Eurasia Research conducts conferences all around the world. In February, we are organizing conferences in Dubai and London. In March 2024, in Singapore and Boston. And in April 2024, we are organizing conferences in London and Sydney. So I would like to request all of you to please refer these conferences to your friends and colleagues. Before we end the conference, I would like to ask your feedback for today's conference. So one by one, I will want to ask your feedback. So Parichar Tumnan ma'am, would you like to share your feedback for the conference?
For me, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I was great having. Thank you for your wonderful presentations, and so thank you so much for giving me a chance to be with you in the conference. And I hope in the near future, if I have a chance, I will have a chance to participate in this in the next conference. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for being the keynote for this conference. And we are really grateful that you were here with us the whole time. Thank you so much. I really appreciate. Sankalp, would you like to share your feedback for today's conference?
Sure, it was great listening to everyone. There were really good presentations. Some were actually from completely, new topics to us. So it was awesome hearing to it. I just had one very quick question, Divya, and I can also email, but what is the last date till we can submit our full present like papers?
Full paper you can present within a month.
Okay.
Like if, because you have attended the conference, we will give you that much time. If
Okay.
your paper is not complete also, you can submit us within 1 year also if it is not complete and if the research is still going on. So it's a privilege we give to our participants who have attended the conference. So thank you so much for asking.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks everyone.
Anna, would you like to share your feedback for today's conference?
Of course. First of all, thank you all for your presentations, your wonderful work and investigation. I would like to thank also the organization. This is a wonderful opportunity to share our research and to meet other researchers. I would also like to, in summary, say that it's left a lasting impression on me and provided an unparalleled value for both my investigation knowledge and provide me with valuable insights and new connections to you all investigation. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Anna, for attending the conference and for presenting two wonderful topics. Thank you so much for attending today's conference till the last. Hamad, would you like to share your feedback? Hamad Saleh. Munkanar, would you like to share your feedback with us today? If you could hear me. Yes.
It's really an honor to be here. Like, I have learned a lot of different field studies, and probably not, I'm just a listener, but maybe in the future I would like to participate as a presenter, giving speech. So it's really an honor to be here. Thank you for all the people in this conference, the organization as well.
Thank you so much for attending the conference, and it will be a great pleasure to see you in our future conferences as well as a presenter. So thank you so much. Rona, would you like to share your feedback with us?
Sorry?
Would you like to share your feedback with us today?
Yes, it was very interesting, really. I'm very pleased to be a part of such a conference. I hope we see each other next year also.
Yes, thank you so much, and hoping to see you all in our future conferences as well. Yangming Fan, could you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So Yangming, we were just done with your presentation, and thank you so much for joining. You had the some time to take out and join the conference. So I know you couldn't attend the full conference, but still, I would like to know some of your insights and feedback.
Firstly, I want to say that I'm more than honored to get the chance to participate in the conference. And I have learned that most of the participants in the conference are so skilled in both doing quite tactful research. I think they are very skilled in doing research. They have many different kind of good methods, and I think they are also very good at delivering very well structured presentation. And after hearing so many outstanding presentations, I think I still have much space to improve in the future, and hope we can make progress. We can improve ourselves in the future.
Yes, definitely, definitely. And we will hope that you join us in our future conferences as well. And thank you once again, everyone, for joining the conference today, for staying till the last and giving your wonderful feedbacks. It helps us to improve and it also motivates us. Thank you so much today. Everyone, have a great day ahead. Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you. Thanks a lot, Divya.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Have a good day, you
Bye
too.
bye.
Bye. Swadikap.